All right, Shalom Israel. All right, Shabbat Shalom. And we want to give a shout out and a shalom to all the brothers out there in Houston, ISBHPK Houston, ISBHPK Virginia, ISBHPK Norfolk, ISBHPK Rochester, and all the brothers that's teaching this word. Shalom, Shabbat Shalom. Welcome to another class. For we know that Christ said, "My burden is light." You know, so this work that we do, although it may be heavy to the flesh, it's actually not a problem at all. It's not nearly as much as what we put ourselves through in the world. You know, for the work that we do in Christ is beautiful. You know, and the Most High allows us to see the fruit of our labor and the fruits of our faith. And so that's one of the things that today's topics is going to be about, is watching the cleanness of Solomon's hands and the benefits of him serving the Most High, and watching it manifest right before his eyes, you know, as far as what the Most High is able to do with anybody that chooses to dedicate their lives and put the Most High first. So, no, not yet, not yet. So we want to go ahead and you know, kind of dive into this topic. But before we do that, we got to give our prayers to the Most High and acknowledge Him, and do all things decently and in order. So first thing, we're going to go ahead and set our prayers up, and then we'll go into the topic today about King Solomon, which is a beautiful example of what can happen within your own homes when you serve the Most High and make Him a priority. Because that's one of the most magnificent things about Solomon, is that you watch him reap the benefits of his servitude, but first and foremost, his ability to make the Most High priority. And that's something that we all should be able to learn from. Every time we dig in and dive into this Bible, we should look at how the Most High on the back end exalted those men that made His service and His worship first. You know, and how they reap the benefits of their stable homes, not by putting their homes first and their situations first, but by putting the Most High first. And what is the result of doing that? What is the result of making the Most High your priority? Solomon is his house is a great example of that. So before we get into that, let's go ahead and send these prayers up. Imagine. And this is just me and Dawiyat for now. Make sure we got the candle. Let's go ahead and light that up real quick. Got it. All right. Ready? Go. All right. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahweh. Ba'ashem Yahushai. Ba'ashem Yahushai. Ha'awa'ah. Natan Lanawa. Award. Zayawam. Fawada. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the light this day. Thanks. So be it.
Aman. All right. Got the incense burning?
Concert.
All right. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah. Natan Lanawa.
Rayach.
Nayakacha. Fawada. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
All right. Imagine we'll put your Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Stand and face Jerusalem. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai. Ha'awa'ah. Natan Lanawa. Ha'shabbat. Ba'ashalom. Tawada. Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
All right. All right. Psalms 21. Psalms 121. Anasha, Anyanyamya, Taharim, Ma'aya, Yabua'a, Isaiah, Yabua'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemayim, Wa'arataza, La'a, Yonatan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamariah, Mana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashan, Shashawamar, Yasha'ar, Yahweh, Shamaria, Yahweh, Tazaria, Ayel, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashamash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Bailayala, Yahweh, Yashamaria, Bakal, Rai, Yashamar, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashamar, Hawalakya, Wabawai, Wabawaiaya, Ma'aita, Ma'ai, Iwalam. This is Psalms 121 in English.
I will lift up my eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He that shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. All right, Israelite Credo. Shema Yashala.
Shema Yahweh.
Yahweh Alahaya now. Yahweh Akkad. Shema Yashala. Yahweh Alahaya now. Yahweh Akkad. Shema Yashala. Yahweh Alahaya now. Yahweh Akkad. You got translation?
Oh, slide. Deuteronomy 6 and 4. Hear Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one.
All right, we're going to go to the Lord's Prayer. Hebrew. Yahweh Bashem Yahushai, Shema Noah, Aita, Abba Noah, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak with Ka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'aratazah, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayim, Mathana Noah, Makom, Ko, Yawam, Wasalaka Noah, Kawath Noah, Kasalaka Noah, Couple what you know, Wala Tabi Noah, Wala Sai One, Abo, Awashai Noah, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Kamalakwa, Maha'ala, Wata Para, I will love you. Amen.
Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
All right. 10 Commandments. Number 1. La'a Yahweh. Lacha. Alahayim. Akarium. Al. Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a, Ta'aina, Lacha, Pasol, Wala'a, Ta'ai Badam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a, Thalakwak, Talakwaka, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabah, Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5, Chabad, Abaka, Yama'aka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6, La'ah, Taratazak.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7, La'ah, Thana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8, La'ah, Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9, La'ah, Tha'aina, Shakor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10, La'ah, Thakamai, Ko, Asherah, Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
All right. Yeah, that's the law. You can get the Torah. Barakatah Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahushua, Ha'awa'ah, Hatalanawa, Hatara'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives us the law.
All right. Yeshaviim,
take seats.
Let me make an adjustment on that screen. A little crazy. Hey, let me know if how I'm looking at. Can you turn to the side just for a quick second? The computer? Okay. There we go. Everything's going to be okay. Let me show them all that. We got to use it again. Just put it on top.
Oh, okay.
We are going to need the Josephus.
Yeah, they just go straight to the. I really don't use it that often. We just go straight to the.
Okay. As long as it works, it's not good. All right, hope everybody's doing well today. Or not? I don't know. Or maybe everybody's catching the trials of Job. I don't know. What was yesterday? Okay. I heard you introed about Solomon's house, right?
And shalom everybody online that's joining in and watching right now. Shalom, Shabbat shalom to all the brothers and sisters online as well.
We're going to take a quick detour first before we go further into the class. Let's check it out. Bear with us, y'all. Appreciate the patience. I'm going to have to move this thing around. Small line. There it goes. Okay. We're going backwards. Where we're supposed to be at right now is 1 Kings chapter 9. But before we go into 1 Kings chapter 9, we need to double back real quick into 1 Kings chapter 7. The reason that we're doing that is so that we can realign ourselves with the story of how Solomon built his house together. It took him 13 years, if I'm not mistaken, to build his home. It took 7 to build the house of the Most High. Obviously, house of the Most High was just more of a square type of structure, and Solomon's was more intricate, and he put more buildings on his. We're going back here because the Josephus is going to go into a lot of specifics and details about how his house was built, how it looked from the inside. You know, the scriptures gives you a breakdown of how it looked on the outside, and then Josephus kind of gives you an understanding how it looked on the inside. So I want to go double back, explain that real quick, then go back into where we're at in the scriptures, okay? That's how we're jumping back. So we go to 1 Kings chapter 7, verse 1 through 12. You got to get the first man up. And all right, let's get started.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banya Shahala.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banya Shahala.
Amen.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatham.
First Kings chapter 7, verse 1.
Come.
We're going to read it to verse 12.
Come. 1 Kings chapter 7 and verse 1. But Solomon was building his own house 13 years, and he finished all his house. He built also the house of the forest of Lebanon.
Now we got to make sure we put the map on this. He said he built his house. It took him 13 years. Along with his house, he also built the house of Lebanon, right? The house of the forest of Lebanon. And that house of the forest of Lebanon is on the south of his home. If you see that this is the temple, the inner court, the outer court. That outer court was where the people were when Solomon was praying to the Most High, and he was communicating to the Jews, and his face was also towards the temple where the smoke came down. He was there in the inner court. Then you had the outer court where the Israelites were. So now we go down and we get his house. His palace was right below the temple. Just for like a mental like picture, you go back to that image of Jerusalem. Now this is later on when Herod did it. He made it all bigger and expanded out the court. But up north was where the temple was. Solomon's place was down here. Okay. Now this is Jerusalem later on, but you still have an idea what we're dealing with. This was Solomon's crib, and the temple was up here. So when you see this other diagram, it helps to make a little more sense how things are broken down. This is going on a downward slope. That's the point of it. It's descending from the top at the pinnacle, where at Mount Moriah, where Abraham was going to offer Isaac up. That's the tip top. That was the foundation of the temple. And you work your way down. You have Solomon's palace. Then we're going to read on about Pharaoh's daughter's crib, because that was one of the first political moves he made, was to marry the daughter of the Egyptian king for political ties and protection on his flank or his rear. Then it goes into the house of forest of Lebanon, which is the bottom. And as we read on, I think it goes into it here, or it definitely goes into Josephus, about his gold shields, gold ornaments. That's all laid out in the forest, in the house of the forest of Lebanon. Best trees, best design, best structure, and it had gold everything in there. Okay, And then you're going to go into the middle area, was where his throne area was, and that's where he dealt with judgment on the people about situations and issues. Okay, so just to keep that in your mind as we go continue in 1 Kings 7 and onward into Antiquities. So 1 Kings 7 and 1 again.
1 Kings chapter 7 and verse 1. But Solomon was building his own house 13 years, and he finished all his house. He built also the house of the forest of Lebanon. The length thereof was 100 cubits, and the breadth thereof 50 cubits, and the height thereof 30 cubits, upon 4 rows of cedar pillars.
You had mentioned the cubit like an arm and a half, right?
Yeah, 18. The cubit was from the elbow to the tip of the finger, and because everybody's not the same height, it was said to be between 18 to 24 inches. So a foot and a half to 2 feet.
No. So just do the numbers, do the math. You got it. Read on. Everything was cedar. It was top in wood. Read on.
Says upon 4 rows of cedar pillars, with cedar beams upon the pillars, and it was covered with cedar above upon the beams, that lay on 45 pillars, 15 in a row. And there were windows in 3 rows, and light was against light in 3 ranks.
Light was against light in 3 sides of the building. You can see the light shining into the building. Okay, read on.
And all the doors and posts were square.
Well, in architecture, that's a big thing. Even when I don't know if you've ever gone to like open houses, like the light, it's natural light that flows through the house, people.
Yeah.
That's a real thing, and this is what's being talked about in Solomon's house of Lebanon. Okay, read on.
With the windows,
especially when there wasn't no electricity back in the time. You better have light everywhere. It's gonna be a damn cave. You get air too. Light, you get air, you get circulation, the whole nine. Make sense? All right, let's keep going.
And light was against light in 3 ranks.
Okay.
And he made a porch of pillars.
And this porch of pillars is right here. The pillar hall. This is the porch of pillars. This is the porch of pillars. Read on.
The length thereof was 50 cubits, and the breadth thereof 30 cubits, and the porch was before them, and the other pillars and the thick beam were before them. Then he made a porch for the throne where he might judge.
This is that porch that was before the throne. So you would think that this porch would be more like a waiting room. This is where you waited before you got a chance to see Solomon and his throne. And as we're going to read in Antiquities of the Jews, we're going to see this throne room and how it was laid out and how it was put together. Before we get to the throne room, you have to sit your ass in the chairs and wait to get judged. Yeah, it's a foyer.
A foyer, yeah.
A pillar house. That's what they call it. So this was the pillar hall, this was the pillar throne, and you was awaiting your judgment out here in the throne room. And then after everything was done, he can just walk down the way and go back to his crib from this entrance. Okay? Everything was accessible to him. Let's continue.
Then he made a porch for the throne where he might judge, even the porch of judgment, and it was covered with cedar from one side of the floor to the other.
Okay.
And his house where he dwelt had another court within the porch, which was of the like work. Solomon made also an house for Pharaoh's daughter, whom he had taken to wife, like unto this porch.
So he made Pharaoh's wife's chambers like the pillar hall, but obviously it was enclosed in 4 ways. It was enclosed 4 ways versus the pillar being enclosed 3. You can see the 3 wall-shaped structure, and the out in the front is open. But the house of Pharaoh's daughter is more enclosed. It goes right into his crib. Okay.
Right. When you read about the quality, this is not just giving you an explanation about, like you got Better Homes and Gardens, and you do, home road shows and at conventions, and you get to see what the new materials and DIY shows. This is not talking about no regular sheetrock. We talking about that you can punch through, or if you slam your door hard enough, your door bang a hole through your doorknob and punch through the damn sheetrock. Yeah, you always got holes in your door behind the doorknob if you don't put a door stopper on there, because it's cheap material. Solomon is using the best quality wood. It's not just about what he's building. He's putting quality behind what he's building. It's not no cheap manufacturer. It's not no cheap build. You look at cedar wood. For one, cedar wood is durable. Cedar wood is one of the best woods you can use because of its durability. It's antibacterial. It's antimicrobial. You know, cedar. That's why even in the Western days, they put their clothes in cedar chests. You build a chest out of cedar, a foot chest. You put your clothes in there because you don't have to worry about no insects. You don't have to worry about no moths eating your natural repellent, insect repellent. Termites don't eat cedar wood. So that's why you put your clothes in cedar chests. So he had a whole house full of cedar. So you know he had no roaches. You know he had no damn bugs, man, in the house.
No moths that eating away at his gear.
Huh? So weevils and bugs in the pantry, roaches in the house. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have all that, man, because those are antimicrobial and natural insect repellents, man. A lot of times these what do you call them? The people that kill bugs? Exterminators. A lot of times they use a cedar mixture within their repellents. You know what I'm saying? Because it paralyzes insects. They don't like it. Right. So you also look at cedar wood. It's a soundproof wood. It absorbs, not soundproof. It absorbs sound because it's very porous material. So it absorbs a lot of noise. So you don't hear cars driving by like you in your house. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? You hear everything, the neighbor's business. You know what I'm saying? You don't hear that in Solomon's house. Dampening. Yeah, the sound dampening because it absorbs sound. That's what cedar does. So we're looking at the quality of what he's doing. He's using the best materials, for his home, just like he used the best materials for the temple. So it's not just about what he's building. He's putting quality behind his build, and that has to be made noted, because anything we build, especially when we're trying to build something that is an example for the Most High, you don't want to build with something cheap.
Some rooty poots.
Yeah, you don't want cheap, some stuff that don't last. He's building everything to last for a long time. You know what I'm saying? Because not only the temple, but his house is both something that people can recognize. This is a result of what happens when you serve the Most High with your whole heart.
And also, on top of everything Shamshuan said, this is really the pinnacle of our people and the greatest that we had. It kind of extended when the kingdom was ours.
Yep.
It didn't get much better than this. And this is what we have to understand. This is when we read it a couple weeks ago, like in Revelation 6, about that white horse. This was when righteousness was still the top of what was important and valuable in the world. And we were the gold standard of how a nation was supposed to be at that time. And Solomon's temple and his home, it was the standard, the gold standard for the rest of the world to kind of idolize and adhere to. So this was the period of time when our people were at its peak. And it all went down the hill from there. After Solomon passed on, that's when everything started falling apart for us. So it's important we take our time to just see when black excellence was really at its peak, so we can sit back here and try our best to model ourselves to be the best we can be, and try to recapture that glory that we once had many years ago. Okay, because that's the point. There's what Solomon's actions proved is that we can be great. We can sit back here and strive to be the top. We can't sit back here and there is excellence in you if you strive for it and you stop settling for just bare minimum. We can all be great. So, where are we at in 1 Kings?
We gotta finish verse 8. Are we on verse 9?
Okay, read on.
Verse 9. All these were of costly stones.
So it wasn't just high-end wood, like Shamshon was saying. It was high-end wood. Then it was costly stones also involved in this production. Read on.
According to the measures of hewed stones, sawed with saws, within and without, even from the foundation unto the coping, and so on the outside toward the great court.
And this is the great court, the outer court. So everything was arranged top end, even in the outer court where the people were able to kind of come around. If I'm not mistaken, I read somewhere there was a little bit of military guard in this area. But everything else where people could kind of freely walk in. This is where, at the bottom here, where you see that present wall, That was where Solomon's crib was. You see. That's Solomon David's. Remember this was where David's crib was? Back when he was sitting back here on top of his roof, looking down on the people. He lived up here, and there was a wall that separated. Obviously, that separated wall, there was a door there. You can walk up in there and then go into Solomon's crib, into here. You see how that road keeps extending out? And there was an exit there. So if Solomon needed to head out, he can go out that way. Now the people will go from here normally, walk around this road to offer their offerings, not to bother him. If there was an issue with a gripe or a complaint, it could be done in his throne room when you wait here at the pillar hall until someone was going to see you. This is how he had things situated and structured.
Very organized, man.
Very organized, very well thought out. This is how he had his kingdom. Okay?
You know, it wasn't like I ain't knocking nobody, but if you look at
what kangaroo court I had.
Yeah, it wasn't like where the bathroom is next to the kitchen and the kitchen is next to the living room is next to the bedroom. You know, like how we be living. You know what I'm saying? Where you can reach and you can cook, clean, sleep, and eat all within 50 feet.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And everything is all over the place.
Okay.
But I'm saying it was structured, it was organized, and you could see that it was well thought out, man. It wasn't just like thrown together. He didn't just slap it together. You know, he thought about everything, and that's something that we should do is invest, you know, into what we're doing for the Most High.
Huh? Okay, so we're at verse 12 now, right?
Verse 10.
Okay.
Gone. Verse 10. And the foundation was of costly stones, even great stones, stones of 10 cubits and stones of 8 cubits. And above were costly stones, after the measures of hewed stones and cedars.
So obviously the foundation was of a sturdy like nature. He had costly stones to put the foundation of his home and the pillar hall and the house of Lebanon, just like there was costly stones that was set up the temple.
Yeah.
It was the costly stones set up the foundation, and it was the foundation was right. Okay, and it shows you still about having a strong foundation before you move forward.
Yeah.
It's important for all of us to have.
You spared no expense in the foundation.
Listen, the foundation was everything. God.
Wow.
Because if your foundation is crappy, then everything else is going to be crappy.
Yeah.
Even in the present housing day market, they sit back here and they have these foundation techniques now where it only takes 7 days for the foundation to cure. In my opinion, I don't think that's long enough. Right?
No.
You sit back and wonder why when the house shifts, there's always these little cracks in the foundation.
Yeah, you can't close your doors because the doors are off center.
Yep.
You know, they get stuck.
Yep. They're in such a rush for production. They sit back here and they think these little, perfected or they're curing solutions. It's going to sit back and get to the point where you can still build on top and knock out these homes in production. But even how Esau does it now is done too quick. It's not done thoroughly enough for these structures to last for extended periods of time. This is why Esau always marvels about how these constructions and all these pyramids are able to last for so long. They were built to last. They were built with so much sturdiness and thought and time and meticulousness that they were able to last even through generations and generations and generations. Anyway.
There's so much symbolism there.
Yeah, no, there wasn't a lot of particle board that we dealing with.
No particle
There was no particle board that you put your glass cup on the counter and then it erodes the whole counter, the whole dresser.
or you got wood. I remember when my house got built, they sat back here. They had to get this copper piping around this wood piece. The dude just sat back here and just pulled it and turned it out. so I didn't see it when they were doing it. So when everything is done, you see that little pull and turn ended up becoming a pinch.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it was a hole that was created, and I was wondering why my water was leaking. Like, why don't I hear this when I ain't running nothing?
Yeah.
It was because this dude sat back here and just didn't put together the piping and put a little joint fixture so it can turn properly, so it can go unimpeded. The bend, it was like this bent.
He kinked it.
Yeah.
He kinked it. He nigger rigged it the way he did it. He rigged it. I ain't gonna say he rigged it. I don't want to be derogatory towards our people, but he rigged it. And he was Israel too. He rigged the hell out of it in a couple years. there was a little pinch in there, and all of a sudden there's a leak.
He didn't care.
There's a crack, and then the pressure can't come.
Yeah, he didn't care. He was just getting it done, bro.
Yeah.
Or you'll see wood when they're putting the structure on top of the foundation, and they got these little slabs and divots. I don't like that piece of wood. I caught that one. It was a piece of wood looked okay here, and at the bottom it looked all like this. I said, no, I don't like that, man. Give me some of the damn wood. Why don't I get some little rancid,
Why you gotta
little
get
choppy wood?
You got the wood that was rejected from
Yeah.
from the whole pallet. Out of all the wood that was in the pallet,
Yeah.
he gave you the wood that was the rejected.
It was that splinter wood.
Yeah.
I don't want this piece of wood. Oh, okay. Like, you didn't think this was? You thought this was exceptional, or this was cool?
You know, they're in such a rush to get these houses, knocked out. They're not putting no time into building these houses. These houses ain't worth the money that you spend.
Listen, and then when I go to the back of the work site, and it's like 2 18-packs of Bud Light, a Budweiser there, bro. Man, how much focus and attention to detail can you do hammered drunk in 100-degree weather?
It's done, sir.
First of all, you're dehydrated like a mug. You're dehydrated. How you gonna focus and make the right choices, man?
Yeah.
You're hot and you're sweating. All your liquids are gone, and you was knocking down beer. Anyway, I was pretty pissed off at that time. But anyway, what's the point? The attention to detail back then and now is completely different.
Yep. It's diminished over time.
Yes, it has. And it's very important that we sit back and take these concepts. You can take it on a basic architectural level, or you can even take this spiritually. When you come to the knowledge of the Most High, you have to make sure that you don't let one aspect of your spirit get neglected.
That's a major thing.
When you're sitting back here and build your spirit, a lot of people come into the knowledge with a passion for cutting Esau. Nothing wrong with that. But in the process, you want to cut Esau and tell him he's off. What about your pride? That needs to get worked on too. What about your lust? What about your selfishness? And as I'm building my spiritual house, it's no different than a regular house. Okay, the foundation is phenomenal. What about your plumbing? Is your plumbing shabby? How is your roof? Is that structure put together right? How about electrical? Electrical is so damn important.
Your communication.
Did you cut corners in your electrical? Your communication. All these different elements of your spirit that if 5 of the 6 elements are focused on, you're still going to have a problem. It's the same thing with your spirit. How many of us have come to this knowledge and we focus on 2 or 3 things, 7 years later, oh, I got to go back and focus on things I had neglected in my spirit.
And these are things that we've been told about, but we didn't see the importance.
We didn't see the importance of it until there's an accident, until there's an emergency.
At the time, it wasn't important.
You know, and when the construction, I didn't think about that wraparound. But when I got to spend $1,000,
now it matters.
when the guy got to sit there and say, well, we're going to have to cut into this wall. Shit. The next time you got to cut into something, your money, it's gone. Your money gone.
It's money.
It's gone. Like, shit.
And for the Israelite, it's time.
Yeah.
For us, when one might be money, but when it comes to spiritual development, it's so much time we've wasted.
Yep.
Because I didn't build properly. I didn't follow a wise master builder. Right? I should be following some blueprints. I thought that's why I check. There's blueprints when you build something.
Yeah.
Right?
That's what city got codes for.
Mm-hmm.
They don't just let you
They're
build.
supposed to do it.
Yeah, they don't let you just build whatever you want to build and throw it together and say it's legal.
Yeah.
Then it collapses later.
Because that happens in a lot of foreign countries.
Yeah.
In foreign countries, they don't have as much municipal administration. You always hear stories about not even earthquakes, just the roof caved in, many people died.
Mm-hmm.
You just hear these random stories. The earth shifted. It's because people aren't trying to do things based on sound principles.
Because but sound principles take time. It's boring. Sitting back here,
expensive.
following the details is costly.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a lot longer to get accomplished. But what people don't understand, if you don't sit back here and do things right early, it might take a little time. You're going to lose more time down the line, neglecting it.
Yep.
And this is why it's so important that when people are counseling you, you sit back here and take all these godly discourses right. And all that means is you're doing good here, you're studying, but what about how you communicate? What about your listening skills? What about your study habits? How about your note-taking skills? These are things that a lot of us don't really pay attention to. I mean, I've seen for years, they'll be in class with no notebook. They're just reading Khan. They're reading strong. And like, how the hell are you going to retain this when you get home?
Yeah.
You know, I consider myself somewhat of a studious person. And when I would sit back here, if I didn't write my notes down the right way, all that stuff all that hot fire that was spewed yesterday, you know what ends up happening? You forget it by like the next morning. You forget the pattern. Why did this brother put this verse after this verse? Now, back in my day, we didn't have all the, the wonders of technology. You can sit back and go to YouTube and just rewind it. We were just stuck in the trick bag. Well, you better hope the class comes back another year. I'm serious. You get that same class maybe a year or two later. It was a reminder of what? You better sit back and take notes. Well, you better make every class. Because if you miss the day you missing over a topic that you hadn't gone over and you wanted, that's one. And then two, if you don't take proper notes, if you don't sit back and write and take proper notes, then you're gonna miss it and it won't come back for another month or two, or 3 months, or 5 months. It's just the importance of taking notes and paying attention to detail as much as you possibly can. Because if you don't, you're gonna end up paying for it back down the line.
And some of us, we have technology, but some of us, those are different moments in life. Most High gives you opportunity to build properly.
Yeah.
Because there are seasons to build. You can't build when it's snowing.
Yeah.
It's very hard to build when it's snowing. It's very hard to build when it's raining. There's conditions that happen as you build.
Yeah.
So when time is available to build, am I taking the proper time when the time's available?
Yeah.
Or am I assuming that there's all going to be this opportunity?
Right, because like with weather is to a carnal home that's built. Those spiritual circumstances, just like a storm, is unpredictable. You never know when those things they come arise in your life.
Yep.
And if you didn't build properly, it's going to fall.
You're going to get exposed. And that's why so many of us have to start over, because we didn't build properly from the beginning. Our foundation. Like I said, I'm telling you, and Most High speaketh once, yea twice, yet man perceiveth it not. A lot of times the Most High is telling you what you need to focus on, what you need to tweak, what you need to adjust. But in the process of us being told that, we don't take it that serious. We don't think it's that serious, we don't think it's that necessary, until it blows up in our face and everything goes bad. So, just going back into Solomon, he establishes foundations with great attention, focus, and just care. Read on.
Verse 12. And the great court round about was with 3 rows of hewed stones, and a row of cedar beams, both for the inner court of the house of the Lord, and for the porch of the house.
Mm-hmm. So once again, let's get back to that image. Not that one. So he put stones and then the wood pillars when the wood beams on top of it, and now you had a proper floor that can last the test of time, right? Now when we go on to verse 13, it kind of switches the focus back into the process of setting up more work for the temple. Why is that important? Because he started this in 1 Kings 7 while he was working on the what do you call it? The brass artificer Hiram, who was working on that outer stuff. Because by this time the temple was completed, but he had to wait that year till he got to what? Until he got to the Day of Atonement, that he could bring the ark in. So while he was waiting for all that to be done, he still had detail that he had to do with the outer parts of the temple. So it switches to the temple, and that's why it kind of was confusing when you read in 1 Kings 7. The first part was on his house. The second part is still on the laver, the big area where the water was at, and the altar. They were working on all the outside construction of the temple while he was building the house too. Okay, so we're going to let that go in 1 Kings. Since we got that beginning part of Solomon's house, now we're going to go to Josephus, book 8, chapter 5, paragraph 1 and 2.
Antiquity of the Jews, book 8, chapter 5, paragraph 1. Whenever you ready.
What page is it again?
Page 221.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let's read it.
Con. How Solomon built himself a royal palace, very costly and splendid, and how he solved the riddles which were sent him by Hiram. After the building of the temple, which as we have before said, was finished in 7 years, the king laid the foundation of his palace, which he did not finish under 13 years.
So once again, the temple was completed, but he had that artificer, which was another Hiram. It wasn't King Hiram; it was Hiram out of Tyre that he used to set up the artificer work for those rolling baths. It was the world bath where he had the 12 oxen.
Oh.
The guy the guy that was artificer of brass was named Hiram also.
Ocean of Brass?
Ocean of Brass. That guy was Hiram too. So while he was setting up the house, he was also having Hiram put together the structure for the brass water and those portable water, smaller ones. I think he had 6 total or 8 total. Point is, that was getting constructed after the outer parts of the temple was completed. So we had the court stuff done, the altar and all that stuff was brass needed also. So he was having him do that on top of him setting up his palace and laying the foundation for his palace. Make sense? Okay, read on.
For he was not equally zealous in the building of this palace as he had been about the temple.
So what is it saying? Now it makes sense as to why the house took longer. The house took longer, not because when you first read it, you think the house took longer because he put more of a spirit into it.
Right, in his own house.
The house took longer because he used less resources to get it done. He was less manpower.
And it wasn't as a priority.
Exactly.
Say that the priority was the Most High's house first.
Exactly.
So he put the most emphasis behind what he was doing for the Most High, and then on his own time, he said, you know what, I'll put on my, not that my house takes longer because I'm gonna make it better than the temple.
That's what it looks like when you're thinking of 13 years versus 7 years.
Yeah.
He must put, and they put all the money in my crib. It wasn't like that. He put less resources in, but the resources for the most part is manpower.
Less skilled men. And you have to think about this. As a mother is to a child, to where the child is, I remember back in the day, I've been
Back
out
in
for
the
a
day,
while.
man.
The babies was always shining out with you got the baby oil out, and you shine the baby's face up, and the hair's looking really glistening, like a real glistening look.
That's how you know the mothers are good.
And man, that baby looks like the golden child. It's just a beautiful black baby. Little beautiful black baby, little soft skin. You have this soft cotton. Everything looks good. The baby smells like milk and the baby smells like milk.
These are great explanations. I want you to know that.
That's how
great, vivid pictures being painted.
The baby smells like milk. The baby's shining and glistening.
Smiling too.
The baby's just naturally happy because the baby knows they're fresh.
The hair is shiny.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so gorgeous.
You wanted to hold it and smell it.
That was that 70s, 80s energy.
I remember that.
And there's a little bit of like blue magic in the babies, and not a whole lot.
A little bit of blue magic too.
Well, it's pink lotion. Usually it's pink lotion.
Okay, that's better.
Yeah.
Blue magic was kind of hard.
And you can-
That was kind of hard to skin.
Baby don't even need no blue magic.
Yeah, that's a whole.
That's too much. Blue magic's too much.
That baby
the
magic.
pink lotion is good. The pink lotion, the moisturizer, that works.
Olive oil.
Baby lotion.
Yeah.
Olive oil.
Oh.
Olive oil, yeah. Olive oil. There's olive oil, glistening skin. You smell you get the hug the baby. You smell a little bit of pink lotion and a little bit of milk. It's like, you know what? This baby's well taken care of. This is
You
wonderful.
don't see that really no.
But the mama doesn't look like the baby. The mama looks like I just
tired.
got here. I made it here. I'm glad to be here.
I didn't have enough time to put all this into me. Listen, for all of y'all mothers, and this is the truth. For most mothers, it's either going to be the kid's going to look great or you're going to look great. Which one is it? Nowadays, it's the kid don't have no lotion out. Ashy knees, ashy elbows, ashy ankles. It's the truth.
Walking around barefooted with black feet.
It was this constant stream of boogers that wasn't cleaned up. You can tell when it was they just had a little sniffle and you just wiped it. versus this has been an ongoing outpour, and it's white crustacean all here. And you say, this kid ain't got his nose wiped in 2 days.
No diaper change.
That's the point. And you'll see a mother looking impeccable. With the kid sitting back here, scraggling nose, hair ain't done.
Puppy diaper, or the juice.
It's me, soggy ass diaper, right?
The juice. It's always the juice mustache.
Or it's juice, or yes, juice, yeah.
Red, it's Kool-Aid fingers too. They always got red tongues, Cheetos, cause they eat Cheetos all day. Maybe they ain't supposed to be eating no hot fries, but they eating hot fries.
Why
and
they
Cheetos.
eating hot fries at 2?
Yeah,
It's real.
they got red.
Some hood babies, right?
Yeah.
And they sucking on the hot fries, and they sucking on them because there's no more hotness on the fries.
Exactly.
And it's soggy as hell out.
Exactly. But you can see the quality and dedication put into the child, but the mother's not so much. And that same dedication is for a child to the mother, should be to our projects in the Most High's house, what we're building for the Father. Do I put that same zeal, that baby zeal, into the Most High's projects, or I put that baby zeal into my projects and my endeavors and my pursuits?
Yep.
This is why Solomon, it took him longer because less manpower.
Yep. He didn't sit back and burn the people out for him out.
He
He burned the people out for the Most High. For him, he tell you, hey, we're working on it, man. Let's get the foundation. We'll get the wood. We won't sit back here. Because don't forget, the wood was put, all this wood came from Tyre. That wood had to get put on a boat, floated
That's true.
to a certain point. We read that a couple weeks ago. Then they had to carry that wood from point A to point B.
Yeah,
They weren't dragging the dirt. They weren't
And
sliding it.
also it was pre-cut,
Yeah.
so it could be form fitted.
Yeah.
It could interlock without even having to use a whole lot of equipment.
Yep.
They didn't have the machines back then.
No, they didn't have no machines. They didn't have no railroads.
They had to cut it.
No,
Because everything in the houses now, everything is prefabricated.
Wow.
So everything is brought over by a truck. Everything's ready to go. It's just pop and go.
Yeah.
The time it took to get this done took so much longer. But once again, what's the point? Solomon didn't put all that energy into resetting that. That wasn't the focus. The focus was the temple and pleasing the Most High. And that's why it took so much longer, almost twice the time, to make the temple. That makes sense?
To make his house his temple, right?
You want a big one?
Yeah.
No, man, we got it.
I just want to bring the scripture out too on that point. 2 Corinthians chapter 4. If somebody could read, start at verse 15.
2 Corinthians chapter 4. What verse again, sir?
Start at 15.
Verse 15 reads, "For all things are for your sakes."
And that's why Paul said the same thing. Paul said, everything I do is for who?
Your sake.
He says, for your sake. He says, not for my sake. He's saying that the congregation and the church is the priority. The body is the priority. Read on.
That the abundant grace might through the thanksgiving of many redound to the glory of the Most High.
So that the work of many and the thanksgiving from their sacrifices could redound and be distributed to the congregation.
Because redound means to be sent, rolled, or driven back. So all the good things that we do for our people, in consideration to our people, is really also in turn being sent back to the Most High.
Yeah.
So when the flock is being taken care of and considered, or like Dawiyah was bringing out, the child's being taken care of, really you're showing the Most High love.
Yep.
You're showing the Most High love by how you do with the people around you. I'm sorry, keep going.
No, it's all right. No,
Every
go ahead.
down was good. It's good.
Go ahead. That's all right. It's good. That same thing. Go ahead.
It says, "For which cause we faint not."
And he said and for this reason, we're not going to quit. That's what Paul said. We're not going to quit getting weak because it's about the benefit of the body. Read on.
But though our outward man perish.
But it was saying when you look at the outward man, Paul said, man, we the offscoring of all things.
This is why a person would want to quit.
Yep.
This is why a person would want to faint. A person would want to faint because most people that you come across, the purpose of life is to be balanced, is to have a great work-home relationship. I'm able to evenly distribute my attentions over at home, to my wife, to my children, to my church body. Everybody wants to live that pie graph, pie graph life.
That's true.
That pie graph life is 25% work, 30% work, 70 or 60% family, 10%, whatever the
Say, and 30% for yourself.
Exactly.
Time for yourself.
Exactly. That's what it is. 30, 30, 40.
Yeah.
Because with that 30% for you, you get your workout in.
Yeah.
You can do your little endeavors, your hobbies. You have time for your hobbying. You have time for your work, and you have time for the family. But that's not how it goes with serving the Most High. When you're serving the Most High, the whole pie graph is all thrown off. Because the thing is, you got to give the Most High, but by giving the Most High, who also has to be given to? The flock. The flock's getting the majority of your attention. And in the process of the flock getting all your attention, guess who's not getting the attention?
Family.
Family and who?
You.
You're fainting. You're withering.
That pie graph don't look good.
That pie graph, that pie graph looks horrible.
Wow.
Yep.
And then you get the complaints at home. Then you're sitting back here wearing down. Because you know what? Who needs me? My life is a ransom to the body. That's what Christ says, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Our life has to be a ransom. Somebody get that. Our life has to be a ransom to the people. And in the process of our life being a ransom to somebody else, that means we're fainting. What Paul's saying, faint not. Because everything you're giving to all these people that you're giving it to, you're really giving it to the Most High. And that's how you show the Most High how serious you are about serving Him.
There's two scriptures.
So the more messed up your pie graph is for the servicing of the body, the closer you're getting to the Most High in Christ. What are you going to say, Doug? I'm sorry.
It's Mark 10:45 and 1 Timothy 2:6.
Well, Matthew 20 and 28.
That was the one. That's what I was looking for.
Mm.
And Matthew 20, 28 was what else?
Matthew chapter 20
28.
and verse 28. Even as the Son of Man came not to be ministered unto, but to minister.
So once again, we're supposed to be following in Christ's footsteps. Everybody says they want to follow Christ. Christ said once we get of age, spiritually, just like Christ, once he was of age, he didn't come to be ministered unto. He came to minister, to serve. Read on.
And to give his life a ransom for many.
Bro, listen, I want to find, he says his life was to be a ransom for many. The money or price paid for the redemption of a prisoner or slave. Released from captivity. I'm trying to find a good one. In law, a sum paid for the pardon of some great offense and the discharge of the offender. You can look at this in many ways. What we have to give to the brothers and sisters in this truth to help rehabilitate themselves and to help mediate this relationship between them and the Most High, somebody has to pay that price. Everybody talks about the reconciliation you got to teach and the foolishness that's in teaching. What people don't think about is the difficulties of rehabilitation. Once you teach somebody who they are, once you teach somebody their nationality, that's when the work begins. After that. Because then you got to sit back here and teach a person how to establish that one-on-one relationship with the Heavenly Father. And that comes from numerous counsels, one-on-ones, multiple heart-to-hearts, hours on hours and hours on counseling and development. And the process of doing that, whose life has to be at ransom so that the individual can have a closer relationship with the Heavenly Father. You can't say the person that's learning salvation, their life isn't at ransom. The teacher and counselor's life is the one that's at ransom. They got to lose and lose and lose so that the student can begin to learn how to conduct themselves and how to establish a proper relationship with the Most High. So and hopefully they'll do the same thing for the next generation. But there is a price to be paid to do that. Somebody has to lose so that somebody else can gain. Somebody else has to lose their time. All those counsels at night. At 12, from 12 to 2, 12 to 3, 11 to 1. All that time stacks up. And this is not about complaining about it, because I know nobody here is complaining. But this is about understanding that this is what the job requires.
Couple one thing too. It says latron in the Greek, which means the price of release. So the price of release means that I'm gonna pay the price for you to be free.
God, the teacher has to pay the price for the student to be free. What the freedom is that connection, that relationship. Because once you start showing somebody what it takes to please the Most High, and at the proper frequency and level that a person has to operate to start getting the Most High's attention, that takes years. That doesn't take weeks. It takes years.
Release meaning I've resolved the problems that I have.
God.
I no longer have these issues. And people don't change their issues overnight. They don't change their issues in one day. It takes time. And so that means that in order for this person, until they get whole, it's like if we can get the definition of rehabilitation right quick. Somebody get the definition of rehabilitation.
I have the definition of liberty.
Yeah, get the liberty, that's good. But get the definition of rehabilitation.
Rehab, right?
Yeah, not just rehab, but rehabilitation. The full definition of rehabilitation.
Rehabilitation, the act of reinstating in a former capacity. Could be in the 1820s.
You might have to use the Google
Yeah.
versus the 1828.
Rehabilitation.
I have one.
What you got?
It says the restoration of someone to a useful place in society.
Yeah, it's that. I like that. It says the restoration of what?
Of someone to a useful place in society.
So it's just like when somebody's injured, whether they have a broken leg or they got in a car wreck and they can't talk, they can't walk. They got to learn how to eat all over again. They got to learn how to feed themselves or use the bathroom all over again. You know, you got to be there assisting them like occupational therapy or physical therapy. People need time to be rehabbed, but it's not just in the physical, it's also in the spirit. A lot of our people are broken spiritually. So somebody has to be there just like a therapist would, getting somebody back on their feet. It says the restoration of what?
Of someone to a useful place in society.
So yeah, so that's great to get them back to work so they can go back and, you know, get on their feet and go to work and take care of their families. But what about
make them useful?
Make them useful to the Most High.
Yeah.
That's another side of rehabilitation. Just because I can go to work and keep a job doesn't mean I'm useful for the Most High. Because I can still be underwater within my sins.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Go ahead.
And it also says the act of renewing.
The act of renewing. What you got, Ariel?
Merriam-Webster says the restoration of something damaged or deteriorated to a prior good condition.
So who's gonna lose so that somebody can help somebody get back to where they're in a great spiritual condition and mindset?
So that they can do something for the Most High.
So they can be productive for the Most High. We talking about Christ. Go to 2 Corinthians 8:9 real quick. 2 Corinthians 8:9. Read that.
Come. 2 Corinthians chapter 8 and verse 9 reads, for we know the grace of our Lord Yahweh Shai.
And this is how beautiful Christ is. That's why for anybody that don't appreciate Christ, they have a problem. Why? Read on.
That though he was rich,
Christ didn't have to come down here to help us. He was already at the right hand side of the Most High. He was already dwelling with the Father. There was an innumerable amount of angels at his disposal, doing whatever he commanded them to do.
Yep.
He was already, as a prince, sitting next to the Most High, getting served in the kingdom. But he relinquished his position to come down here and do what?
Yet for your sakes,
just
he
like Paul said,
poor.
For everything is for y'all's sake. Everything is for your sake. He said, for your sakes, he became what?
Poor.
He became poor. For what reason?
That ye, through his poverty, might be rich.
So who's going to take the L and who's going to take losses so that somebody else can gain?
Well, and this is where that pie graph question again.
Yep.
How much of your life are you going to relinquish so others can benefit from you? So others can benefit and they can have a better relation with the Heavenly Father.
Somebody got to be the sacrifice.
Yep, the fall guy.
The fall guy. And that's what's uncomfortable about the truth. And this is why Paul he had to just make sense of the situation.
Yep.
And when you go 1 Corinthians 4:9, somebody read that. 1 Corinthians chapter 4 verse 9. Yeah, Paul had to make sense of the situation. That it's not always going to be about me if somebody else is going to come up.
With all these people that are at need. There
Yep.
was a nation of people that were at need, and from Paul's perspective, it was a nation of Israelites who didn't even know they were Israelites. So who's going to sit back here and go out here and fish for these people who are ignorant, who are strangers of the commonwealth of Israel? Who's going to bring them back to Christ and give them a shot? Somebody's life has to be forfeited so that multitudes can live.
Yeah.
No, let's not hit that verse.
Read that.
Con. 1 Corinthians chapter 4 and verse 9. For I think that the Most High has set forth us, the apostles, last.
And that's why Paul, when he says, for I think, Paul is telling you what is on his mind. He's telling you the kind of thought process he had to develop in order to keep doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
He said, man, I'm thinking that the Most High set this up, that I have to put myself last so that other people could be first. If you want to see how Paul is quantifying his work for the Most High, he's telling you, this is what I have to conclude in order to keep doing what I'm doing. That I got to be put last so that other people could be first. Read on.
As it were appointed to death.
Go ahead.
For we are made a spectacle unto the world.
Go ahead.
And to angels and to men.
Yeah, because you know what? If Paul said, if I understand that what I'm doing in Christ is right, then I got to put myself last. This is what I've concluded that must be done so that other men in Christ can get rehabilitated.
Okay.
Because our people are coming from different broken states. They're coming from lies, from different religions. They're coming from lies, from different people telling them about God when they never showed them a scripture. But there's always talk about God. God don't like ugly.
Yeah.
You never find that in the Bible. People got all these
Never read that one.
quotes that they say what God is and what God isn't. God don't hate. God is love. Yeah, but God say in the scriptures, Jacob have I loved, Esau have I hated. So people are told things about God and they carry these damn superstitions and traditions, but they don't really know the Most High. They're living life through lies and through somebody else's wise quotes that don't make sense. It's not even in the Bible. So, you know, when you got our people coming from these different situations, somebody got to be willing to put their life on hold to re-steer and recalibrate and get our people restored. So somebody, who's going to do it? Paul is saying he's one that has committed to that. We already read that Christ did it because he was rich, and for our sakes he became poor so that through his poverty we might be made rich.
It doesn't stop with those two men.
No, it doesn't. What it's showing is that for though the outward man, and if you can finish that in 2 Corinthians 4, he said though that outward man
Perish every day.
He said, yeah, though that outward man perish, although it may look like, yeah, I'm being neglected, but yeah, for what? For what purpose? Why? So that somebody else could be taken care of. And what that means is, it's not always going to be about you. And what that means is, it's not always about what you want. And things are not going to always be your way. If somebody else is going to be restored, you're going to be put last. Ultimately, that's the point.
And it happens literally. Listen, those challenges are tested constantly. When you gear your mind to do one thing, the body's needs have to appear. The body's needs appears when you set your mind on doing something that you want to do or catching up on things you were kind of behind on. And right when you start thinking like that, a call comes. Counsel happens.
Needs come.
And you know what? That's when your duty calls.
True.
That's when your life is constantly put into that position of ransom. And this is not any of us complaining or frustrated about it. This is part of the job.
It's the nature.
This is the nature of the job. If we're going to sit back and be servants, are we going to put our life last in perpetuity? This is in perpetuity. It's not just for a period of time in your life. This is until you pass. And are you prepared to make that sacrifice?
Are you going to fixate your mind to where you're going to be okay with being last? So that somebody else can be restored? That's a difficult thought process.
Because even for young men that are learning what this is about, They're learning that the work comes first.
Yep.
The physical works come first.
The work of the Most High is priority.
But then they're gonna realize that time that's being taken from you in the physical translates now mental.
Yeah.
Now you're gonna be whether you're lifting boxes or gathering this and picking up this or selling that. It switches from that to counseling. To sit back here working on rehabilitation, to preparing classes to heal people.
And to taking to really to feeling need, because there's always invisible need around you.
Or it's invisible need until you put the work in to discover the need. The whole purpose of running a camp and eventually developing men is, where is the need next? Where is the next need? Where is the next sickness? Where is the next deficiency? And wherever we keep looking and hunting and pursuing to find the next deficiency, that's where the next class arises. That's where the next counsel comes from. That's where the next ransoming of my time goes to and is allotted to. It's pie charted out. All these points is explaining what it takes to heal your people and the level of commitment it takes to heal your people. And in actuality, what it takes to build the Most High in Christ's house.
One more verse on that. Luke 9 and 57. Luke chapter 9 verse 57. What you got? Liberty?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because ransom also.
Yeah. We'll get to it. We'll come back to it.
Come.
Luke chapter 9 verse 57.
Come. Luke chapter 9 and verse 57. And it came to pass that as they went in the way, a certain man said unto him, Lord, I will follow thee whithersoever thou goest.
That's what I said.
And that's what he said. He told Christ, I will follow you wherever you go.
He was
So he
going.
believed.
He was
He
going.
was a believer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quote
Now,
unquote.
now you know
He
what?
wanted to go to the next level.
He wanted to go to the next level, but this is where I'm glad Yahweh Shai was upfront and transparent about this lifestyle.
So what you're saying is he didn't sit back here and just tell him what he wanted to hear.
He didn't.
And just bait him in. I'm gonna tell him something, and
Yeah.
he'll figure out the hard shit later.
He gonna find. I'm gonna tell him, man, that's a great idea, man. We about to get rich. We about to come up.
But to have things.
We about to have things. You following me? You about to see your life change. I'm about
I
to.
wanted to say a name. I can't do it.
I'm gonna change your life. You know what I'm saying?
I call it Fisher. I call
Tony
it
Robbins.
Say it again.
Well, Tony Robbins wasn't the name I was thinking.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, you know, just tell it. Yeah, I'm gonna make promises to you. What life gonna be like? Cause that's a fantasy. Also, you selling somebody something.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a promise to you to tell you what life gonna be like when you serve Christ.
You gonna sell somebody a
Man,
picture
you about
with that?
to get sell you know that selling
Ice to Eskimos.
ice to Eskimos. Yeah, I'm gonna make a promise to you, man. You about to come up, man. This lifestyle is getting rich. We preach. That's what
You want to
preachers
grow?
do.
You want to grow?
That's what these preachers do. They tell you about all the wealth that God promised you for serving Christ.
Yeah.
They preaching for
That's
profit.
prosperity rap,
Right. And they tell you that your life gonna change. God is not about you being poor. That's what people want to hear.
Sky's the limit.
Sky's the limit.
Man.
You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to be able to
That's a
travel.
song right there.
You're supposed to be able to get around, and God doesn't want to see His servants poor, you know, or begging for bread. You know,
Yeah.
the Lord is against poverty.
Crowd pleaser.
So you're not serving Christ if you're poor.
The Lord is against poverty.
Yeah, but He's not promising nothing. That's why I like what Christ is doing.
Yeah.
He's laying it out to you from the beginning,
Straight no chase.
giving it to you up front so you understand what this life entails. What does He tell them?
Verse 58.
Come. It says, and Yahushua said unto him, foxes have holes.
That means a fox got a hole. That means when it's time to sleep and feel
When
secure.
it's quitting time.
When it's time to feel secure and safe, and you want to go into your comfort and your security, He's telling them there is no security. There's no guaranteed security. There's no safe place.
Yeah.
You're exposed. You're gonna be exposed to the elements. Read.
And birds of the air have nests.
Even a bird has a place to feel like they're safe and perched.
Yeah.
And
High
comfortable.
enough
to
be
feel
away from predators.
Yeah, it's a place of comfort. He's telling them even a bird got that. Read.
But the Son of Man have not where to lay his head.
That means I have to be available to the needs of the people at all times, and never do I have a place where I can be comfortable. Never do I have a place where I can be secure.
Yep.
My security comes from the faith that the Most High will take care of me if I feed His flock, if I feed His sheep.
Meaning your life is always based on the condition of your service. When your service diminishes, your condition changes. When your service is high, there's a stability in your service being high. But it's still not it's not this comfortable, leisurely, guaranteed situation.
Yeah,
It's never that.
Now I don't know what made Yahweh Shai come up with that parable at that time,
Mhm.
but obviously he saw something in that man.
Yeah.
He saw something in
He
that
read his
man
thoughts.
to give him that parable, to let him know, you're a man that may want comfort, but I'm telling you, this is not going to be comfortable.
And this is a life that's going to be in direct opposition to how you're wired.
Yep.
And the reality is, for each of us that want to take it to the next level, something else in you has to die to go to the next level. Because what Christ was trying to tell this guy is, that one thing that you crave the most, are you willing to give that up? What he said in verse 50, are you willing to give up that security to follow me? That's really what he's asking him. Because to be with me, you got to give up that security. Are you prepared to give up your security?
Vulnerable.
Are you prepared to give up that pie chart that's stable for you, that works for you? That system, that time slot that works for you? Are we willing to give that up to follow my patterns and how I do things?
To follow his blueprint.
Or that plan B, plan C. I got a fallback plan.
Yeah.
Like, you know what? I can always go back home. You know what I'm saying? I can always go back to doing this. He said, listen, if you gonna follow me, they ain't got no place to go back to.
Nope. It's all or nothing.
Yeah, you all in.
This may be a shock to your system.
Yeah. Read on.
It says, and he said unto another.
Now, obviously, that man, we don't know what happened to him. You know?
Listen, you know what he did here? He didn't want with him.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to him, but he didn't follow him.
Yeah.
He didn't become one of the
He
disciples.
didn't become one of the disciples.
We don't know his name.
Hey, listen, because he wasn't talking about it no more.
And it says, and his name was Andrew.
And
Yeah,
Andrew
yeah.
followed him
Yeah.
with all of his heart.
Well, when we
Hitherto.
read about Andrew, the scripture say he put down his nets and followed him.
Yeah,
Followed him.
they dropped what they were doing.
Yeah.
And they followed him.
We don't know this guy's name right here.
You know what's crazy? Christ did him more of a solid than any of us in this world at this time that comes to the knowledge. Because none of us knows what's ahead of us. All we know is we're taught the scriptures. And as we get older and older, things get more challenging. You got to give more things up. Christ sat back here and did him a solid, mate. Listen, this path you want to go with me at? You ready to throw it all away? Let it go?
He was always like that though, because he even said, in another situation, he said, listen, all the Most High knows if they can drink the cup.
Of the baptism that I'm
But
baptized
he
with.
always kept it 100.
He kept it up, but that's the point. But even us, we don't even know down the line when we're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed how much you got to give down the line. We don't know that. Christ sat back here and laid it out to us. This is what you're gonna have to give up.
Because you know, a lot of times it's an exchange involved. People that say, okay, if I choose to serve Christ, what am I gonna get in return? And they're looking for that exchange. What am I gonna get? Even Peter asked Christ, Lord, we forsaken all, what should we receive? Everybody has that in the back of their mind. If I do make this commitment, what's going to come to me on the back end?
Yeah.
A lot of times we think that if I serve Christ, I'm going to get my wife back, I'm going to get my kids back, I'm going to get my money back, I'm going to get my job back, I'm going to get my stability back. But you know what?
Or if I get the knowledge that I can be this king, I can have all these things come to me. I can be a king, I can roll like a king, have multiple ribs. If all these things happen to me, and I'm on point.
Wow.
Now,
I'm sorry.
A huckster of a pastor will promise something that he can't guarantee. A huckster will tell him, yeah, you come serve me, join this camp, join this body, you'll get your wife back. Join this camp, join this body, you'll get your kids back. That's why we don't tell brothers even that. We don't tell brothers that even come to this class, it's guaranteed you're going to see your family. But we do know this, through testimonies and through serving the Most High, if the Most High don't give you your child back, he'll give you another one.
Yeah.
And if you're patient enough, if you lost a house, whatever you have lost, we have seen the Most High through testimonies restore broken states, and we're able to move forward in their life. But we can't guarantee that you're gonna get what you lost back. And a lot of people want those guarantees before they serve Christ.
That's real.
They want that
That's
guarantee.
real.
I need to know that if I get my wife back or my kids back before I jump into this program. of serving them. Christ is straight up
And
telling
if
you.
that's where a person's mind is at, you might as well tell them, no. You get ready to give it up.
And what that really is, and we read this a long time ago, I don't remember where it came from, but we read about it. It was going into people serve the Most High for their own betterment. Basically, there's still the Most High because you love the Most High. There's still the Most High for your people, and there's still the Most High for your own cause.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So I'm gonna serve Him for my own cause, because this is my cause, and I'll serve you for this cause.
Well, and this is why we said earlier, Christ sat back here and instead of waiting till he served the Most High for 8 years or 5 years and burn out,
And then
he told him,
and then be
off
bitter.
rip,
Then be bitter. 'cause
what you gonna deal with.
Right. You made this promise to me and didn't come true.
Because like you said, men come in because they have this expectation of what they want, and then once they get what they want, they leave. A lot of men I've seen come into this knowledge, they get the knowledge, they get confident, they come into knowledge without self-esteem, without confidence, without clarity of mind. They get taught, they get dealt with, they get built up, now their self-esteem is up, their confidence is up, their mindset is right, and then that's when it's time for them to check out and live their life. Because once you get built up, now it's time for you to give back. You're supposed to get taught like in 2 Timothy 2:2. So you can sit back and take this knowledge and commit it to other people. So you're supposed to get built, not for you to get built and leave. You're supposed to get built so you can commit all the lessons you learned and went through that got you where you're at to get somebody else to where you're at and beyond.
And pass it down.
That was the point, but that's when you have to start to lose. But a lot of us are in here until because it's about a gain. But you're supposed to gain until it's time for the tides to turn, and then you got to commit to loss.
So this is a means to another end instead of it being the priority.
That's simple. Everybody thinks this position is the power seat, and I'm the HNIC, and information's being dropped, and we can drop orders and gain this and gain this. When you get here, it's about what? Dedication now, even more. Your life is about committing it to other people, so that others can have, others can be developed. That's the point. And then at this point, it's about, can you keep pushing and challenging yourself and giving to people at the same time so that they can have and be of a greater service, like Christ explained about when he was washing the apostles' feet? That explanation was, I'm a servant. This position is about greater servitude.
You know what? Almost more than the information that you're giving people are holding on to what your promises, and they hold on to what you say. And then if you deliver what you say, they'll look at you as an upstanding person. If you don't, besides all, before they can even trust the Bible, they're looking at your words as, are you a valid person that I could trust with the Bible? So if you promise me something, say if a brother say, man, you come serve the Most High, brother, we'll set you up, give you a job, and you'll be guaranteed $3,000 a month. And if we don't deliver that, a person will discard the Bible and scrap the Bible simply for the fact that you promised me this, and you're a man of the Bible, so you're a fake man, you're a fake brother, and you promised me that, and you didn't keep your word, so I don't believe in God no more. That's why Paul said he kept the gospel without charge. The way you do that is, we don't promise nobody nothing. But the Most High is just. The Most High said that he will not forget your work and labor of love which you have done towards his name. The Most High is just. He says, seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. The Most High is just. Because if you make the Most High your priority, then only the Most High can restore you in the way that you need to be restored. That's why Christ didn't make no promises to this man. He didn't say, yeah, guaranteed you're going to have a nest, you're going to have a foxhole, and you're going to be all right. What he did tell him was this: if you do follow me, the Son of Man have nowhere to lay his head. So what does that mean to you? Put two and two together. What does that mean for you? That means that I'm not promising you nothing, but I can promise you this: you can follow me, you can gain what I have to give you, but what you're expecting may not happen. What you're expecting may not come through, and you may not have. But you're not going to be able to say, you're a fake brother. I was deceived. Y'all, brother, y'all lied to me. You lied to me, Christ. You set me up for failure. Yep. You're not going to be able to say that. And if we're wise stewards, we're not going to make no promises either. We're not going to make no promises to nobody that listen to this truth or listen to these classes or believe like we believe. We're not going. This is a matter of faith for us too. The scriptures say, hope that is seen is not what?
Hope's not hope.
It's not hope. So then we all you got is hope.
We're prisoners of hope.
We're prisoners of hope. That's all you got to live off of is hope. That, you know what? I do this work with the hope that the Most High is watching me. I do this work with the hope that the Most High is taking account of my sacrifices. I do this work with the hope that the Most High acknowledges my sacrifices. That's all we got. It's hope. We selling hope.
Yep.
And the reason why, because the Most High ain't let us down, and that's the strength that we have in our testimonies. The Most High has never let us down, even though we suffered. He never let us down.
And that's what we're gonna sell, and that's what it's always gonna be.
And that's what we have to give.
And that's where the power of Christ is. But keep going back on your point. Back on the chapter.
On the chapter, read that.
God. Verse 59. And he said unto another, Follow me. But he said, Lord, suffer me first to go and bury my father.
You know what it's showing? There's always a but.
There's always an excuse.
There's always a but. A but is an excuse. There's always a but. I will, but. And that's for this is for the excuse makers.
Yeah, and the guys whose priorities aren't Most High first. Because the but is based on, I got to take care of this, then I can come to class. We got heard that from brother a little while ago. Let me go ahead and get this place, then I'm gonna come and get the Most High.
Yeah, we just had it literally.
We literally heard it like a couple days ago.
Let me get my situation stable.
Yeah.
Then I'll come serve the Lord.
Yeah. We'll keep going. I'm sorry.
And that's why the temple got built first with Solomon.
Yes.
And his house got built second.
Exactly. These are two different examples of priorities. Because if I'm going to prioritize myself and my personal affairs now, I'm going to prioritize myself and my personal affairs in front of the Most High my whole life. When are you going to take a stand and live by the integrity that the Christ has you supposed to live by? Keep going. Sorry.
Now, even because you know what, even if I don't see what the Most High is trying to do with me, you know, I'll have a false sense of belief and a false sense of like Peter told Christ, Lord, I'm willing and ready to die with you.
Mm-hmm.
Wherever you going, I'm going, even to the death. And that's why Christ had to rearrange that thought and say, listen, the cock will crow 3 times before you set me out. You know what I'm saying? You know, he said, man, you're not as, even your commitment is hype.
Oh man.
Even your commitment for the fact that you are a follower.
You like this, huh?
But a lot of it was talk. A lot of that commitment is just chatter. but he did tell him, listen, man, I'm gonna still give you an opportunity. Matter of fact, he said, Peter, upon this rock shall I build my church. So he gave him an opportunity, but even his commitment wasn't as strong as he thought it was.
Yep.
It just shows you that people's ideas about what they do for Christ isn't as accurate as their assessment.
No doubt.
It's not as valid.
Can you repeat that?
I said people's ideas about their servitude in Christ, that assessment is not as accurate as they perceive it to be.
And this is why iron sharpens iron. A lot of times we sit back here, the only judge of our effort is ourselves. How will you ever, if you don't measure your work and your effort and your level of commitment to anybody else's, how will you know you're giving the most you can give? This is why you need to be around a group of body of people so you can see, damn, I got to give more or I'm not giving enough. Or maybe I'm doing good and I got to keep it up. But how would you know? Anyway, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So that he's explaining that man that made the excuse, there's a but. I'll serve you, but let me go do this. So what did Christ say?
Yahushua said unto him, Let the dead bury their dead.
Now that's a real hard, very hard pill to swallow right there.
Yeah.
That's what he's showing you there is that if serving Christ is going to be your choice, then that means that nothing comes before that, even the closest family members.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. There is nobody that you could put. You can't put the first man that he told that to the foxes and the birds in the nest having holes in nests. That first parable is for the guy that he himself was going to be his own obstacles was going to be made uncomfortable. Then the next guy is about the connection I have with my family. Yep. Because those be the biggest things that are leverages that keep us distracted or pulls that are pulls from serving the Most High with our whole heart.
Even
my
Christ
comfort
said that.
And my comfort and my family.
Christ said your foe is going to be of your own household.
Yep.
So if you're not prepared to sit back and separate yourself from your household, they're going to always keep you from serving me.
That alignment and that commitment to the family, that bond with the family, you know, that's always going to be the deterrent from giving your whole heart.
This verse was not about saying Christ was against us going to funerals. That was not the point of the verse. It was about your priorities. And if this man's priority was here now, this is going to be a tone he was going to set throughout his entire time of serving the Most High in Christ. And that's why he was hitting it and hitting his spirit right now before he even goes any further. Your issue is going to be about your family. Are you going to put them to the side? Once again, are you going to destabilize your what? Your pie chart, your pie graph. He's still dealing with that. This first guy that you said, about your boxes have holes, so the man have no place to stay. His whole pie chart was about his comfort,
stability,
security, things he can count on. That was guaranteed in his life. That centered him. And he's like, are you prepared to be uncentered and be uncomfortable and live a life that today we're here, tomorrow we're in some other province?
You know, even a white man say there's no guarantees, man. Even he understand that. How much more the children of Israel?
Well, he says that, but everything about him feeds off of stability.
Yeah.
His IRAs, his 401ks,
it's the pursuit of control.
his medical insurance, all these things that you do when you get his jobs, his careers, that gives you the peace of mind that I can relax. If I just follow this system and do what I'm told, I'm good. But when you get red pilled, like we are, you realize all of that is you're giving up your quote unquote stability for spiritual connectivity. That's what you're giving up.
And people understand that the physical stability or the perception of the perceived.
It's a false stability.
It's perceived because right before you retire, you want to take your job, or people get Enron, and then the companies and 401ks and stocks disappear and fail.
Or they furlough your check.
Yeah.
There's through government furloughs.
Yeah.
It's not the illusion of stability is exactly that.
How about when Social Security falls apart? And that's a real thing. They've even been talking about disbanding it because they can't afford it. They're putting up all this money out.
They can afford it. They don't want to afford it.
Well, they're forcibly bankrupting this whole country. They don't have enough money to send $8 billion to Ukraine. Who's paying for this?
The future.
Who's paying for $8 billion going to Ukraine? But they can't send $100,000 to Jackson, Mississippi to get their water treatment plant set up. They can't do that. You got black folks with no running water in Jackson, Mississippi. I don't know if y'all knew that. Yeah. But you can send billions to Ukraine and it's all good. FEMA can't go down there. Nobody got no bread. They can't do GoFundMe's.
Yeah.
There's not even a damn GoFundMe for black folks in damn Mississippi.
The same thing happened.
What kind of craziness is
Same
this?
thing happened in Katrina.
They left them hanging.
Yeah.
People got left hanging. And matter of fact, literally hanging on bridges. Flooded out, died on bridges, waiting for water. 8 days for some water, for some rescue team to come in.
And ate by alligators.
Yeah. So we explain it though, is that there's no guarantees when you serve Christ, but you do get security in the fact that your faith is strong, your patience is strong, your meekness is strong. There's other virtues that you get in exchange for what you give up for security.
That's the point.
The Most High looks out because
And He does look out.
Because you made that. You chose door number one. That
red pill.
And you know what they said? The arms deliver from death.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? There'll be some things that you do for the Most High that cannot be quantified by money or anything else on earth.
But this, I don't want to keep being redundant, but the Most High understands our nature. When something is guaranteed, where's our output? Our output is minimal when we know we have something in the bag. When there's no guarantee in front of you,
you got to go all in.
You got to go. You ain't no bag. You better counsel tonight. This whole thing's gonna fall apart tomorrow if you don't counsel tonight. He ensures motivation. He ensures integrity that way, and that's how he builds your faith. I'm sorry, keep going now.
No, that's it. Go ahead, read on. Finish that point in Matthew.
Yeah, like Paul said, woe to me if I stop preaching the gospel.
Yep.
He said, woe to me if I stop. I don't know what. I'm already going through shipwrecks. What's going to happen to me if I stop teaching this word? It's going to be a real bad day. Anyway.
Yeah. Finish that.
Okay. Verse 60. Yahushua said unto him, let the dead bury their dead, but go thou
He
and preach.
He said, put that idea that you have to keep this family ties established. He said, put that idea to the side and do what?
Let the dead bury their dead.
Go ahead.
But go thou and preach the kingdom of the Most High.
So what he's saying is that the preaching of the kingdom coming is more important than your family.
Yep.
So he's showing them that this is number one. This is priority. Read on.
And another also said.
And you know, when you look at these two issues, this be like 80% of people's problems of why they don't fully commit to the Most High.
God.
In them two verses. Them two examples, the connection with the family and their own personal security. Them be the two main reasons why people have big ifs about serving the Most High.
Even 61 and 62 is about the family. He doubles down on the family concept because it's such an issue why people give up that pursuit to teach the kingdom of the Most High. Can I say one thing about the kingdom of the Most High? Christ was trying to tell brothers back at this time to preach the kingdom of the Most High. Did the kingdom come in that generation?
No.
There's no guarantee in the kingdom's coming in our generation. But he still wants us to give our life up teaching the kingdom of the Most High. Can we accept that?
Matter of fact, shortly after that, the kingdom of Jerusalem
It
collapsed.
fell.
Yeah.
So when you're teaching the kingdom's over. At that time, there was no more nothing.
Yeah.
But we're still commissioned to teach the kingdom of the Most High with no guarantees. More than anything, you're gonna teach His word, and you're gonna die in His word. Can you prepare for the notion that everybody that you teach and you come into contact with, none of us will last and see the kingdom in our generation? And can you still commit your life all the way to that? Because when I first came in, everybody was talking about 2000, bro. Only 5 years left.
Prince said it too.
Yeah.
2000 zero
He's
zero
making-
party over works out of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody thought it.
Exactly. But the whole point is this: he's telling you you're supposed to give your. So pretty much in actuality, we're preaching and teaching pretty much just to our death. So you're preaching and giving your life just to make sure people have a better understanding of how to please the Heavenly Father.
It can't be for reward.
That's why I'm saying this. That's why I'm saying it this way. We're supposed to preach the kingdom of the Most High. The next generation might get it. So you want to give your life, every waking minute of your life, teaching this word with no guarantee that you're going to stay to see the finished product. Moses gave his entire life to develop his people, to get ready for this kingdom, and he didn't get a chance to see it.
He saw it.
Or live it.
Yeah, he didn't get to visit
He
it.
didn't get a chance to go inside. Because it wasn't meant to be.
He said we made it, man. He never got a chance to say we made it.
Because that was what was intended for him. And can we accept that even for ourselves? Abraham walked the entire land, but didn't get a chance to see the nation get established.
A kingdom built without hands.
Without your hands. So your service was just laying the framework for somebody else to get the benefit of it. Can you accept that that's your life and your calling was to counsel and argue with a bunch of people that don't appreciate you?
Took you for granted.
That took you for granted once you're dead
Cuss you out.
for 40 years? And then afterwards, then everybody cried, oh, Moses was so great.
Moses.
I really miss Moses. I really miss the punching bag he was. We could cuss him out and want to kill him and throw rocks and stones at him. I miss he took it and just kept teaching us. Now, everyone wanted to cry after. It's the truth. When he was living, they wanted him dead. When he died, everybody cried. He was such a great leader. Such a great person.
That's so insincere.
It's completely insincere. No thank yous, no thank you for your work, but you know what? That's not what it was supposed to be. I'm not saying this because that's what we want or we actually wish we were getting thank you. No, this is the job. To preach the kingdom of the Most High, when there probably won't be any in your time. And if you can accept that, it doesn't matter what the Most High puts you through.
And doesn't the scripture say that we're unprofitable?
We're unprofitable servants. That's the mindset you have to have. I think it's Luke 17:10. We don't gotta go there. But that's I'm teaching, and it's just about the teaching in the word and about developing other people. It doesn't get any deeper than that, because once you get past all the cursing out Esau, banging on Esau, well, people don't even understand about the origins of street speaking. You only used Esau to pull in Jacob. I remember I was there in California at Venice Beach when the best that ever did it on the mic, some of the best that ever did it on the mic was doing it. They would sit back here, pull a crowd, use an Edomite guy, just because he knew, or they knew, there was 15, 20 other Jake brothers watching. They would expose the negative of the society. They'd piss him off. They'd use the scriptures. Once he walks off and storms off angrily, now we can teach our people. It was always about that. Things started changing towards the late 90s when brothers just started talking about Esau all damn day long. Esau, 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 Esau. Because that next generation never understood what street teaching was about. It ain't about just talking about Esau all damn day long. It was about using them as a lure to teach our people. To teach them and wake them up. And can we accept our life is about teaching, recruiting, bringing in, and then helping develop and mold them in the understanding of Christ as long as we live. And to be responsible for the development and teaching of multiple generations until as long as we live. And the work is the reward. The work, the dedication is the reward. Can we accept that's what our life's work is? Because that's what it is. And the Most High will give you temporary housing. He'll give you food and board.
Yeah.
He'll give you food and board.
Food and raiment.
That's what I'm saying. Food and raiment. You know what? So you can go teach His word and dedicate.
And be content with food and raiment.
Con. And you realize that's what your life is going to be? We don't give it to them like we understand things are now. You work, you dedicate, you give to your people as long as you can. The end. And is that life sufficient for you? Or do you want more? That's the question. The Most High is going to reveal it one day or not, one way or not. Anyway, let's keep going. Yes, sir.
Well, some people can think that means neglect your family. You still got to teach your family, right?
You still got to teach.
Yeah. Some people hear that and they think that, okay, I got to teach my rib.
No, you're neglecting yourself.
Yeah.
Well, and that's a great point. You're not going to not teach your family, but you know the problem is there's still only so much time in the day.
Right.
Somebody's going to lose. How our carnal minds take it is, we work, we go to class. I need time to decompress. Really, what it is, you work, you dedicate for the Most High, for the camp. When you get home, the family and wife needs the attention, and afterwards, there ain't no time for you. That's the equation. The equation is you lose. It ain't about you at all. So this whole concept of, all right, man, you woman, you serve. Yeah, they supposed to cook you some food and keep the house right, but other than that, you got to sit back and commit yourself to their development, because they're entrusted in your hands. Right. So I can't be about me. There ain't no time. Let's continue. You still more you want?
Yeah, that's up to verse 56.
56.
Mm-hmm.
I
mean, I'm sorry, 62.
Yeah, 62.
Go ahead.
So keep reading through the whole chapter.
Verse 61. And another also said, Lord, I will follow thee, but let me first go bid them farewell.
Let me get my family affairs in order. And once I got my affairs with my family in order, then I'll come and get on the road, put the show on the road. You know?
Which are at home at my house.
And that's it, bro. They're at home at my house. Let me get my family affairs together. And that's what's keeping me and preventing me from making a full commitment.
The question is this. The family issues. Listen, you think it's going? You just need 1 hour to do that? At?
No.
You think it's going to take 1 hour to get your family affairs together? What's going to happen 2 weeks later?
Because you know what they're gonna say? Well, you gonna leave. You ain't let us throw you no party. You know
It's a
what I'm
party.
saying? Yeah, you ain't let everybody
Going away party.
Yeah, you ain't let everybody. You ain't get a chance to throw a going away party. So now they want to get all the cousins together and celebrate and
Oh,
party
my
for a couple of days,
goodness.
get you drunk, and see you off like you going to the military or something. You know what I'm saying? Or like you about to do a 20-year bid or something. So
That's crazy.
we just gonna party and
You gonna
celebrate.
sit down for 10 years?
Yeah, man. They gonna throw a party for you. They throw a party for you when you leave, and throw one for you, when you get back. But we don't have time for that, man. What he said, there's no time for that. Is what he's explaining to him.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And Yahushua said unto him, No man, having put his hand to the plow, and looking back.
And that's what he's saying. When you put your hand to this plow, there's no looking back. When you put your hand to this plow, it's the work. The plow represents the work. It's the work that you do for Christ is number one. That's why Solomon didn't even begin the building of his house until the Most High's temple was finished.
Yep.
Because it was about putting the Most High's business first. We could all learn so much from what Solomon was doing with the temple. He was putting the Most High's building, the worship of his name, a place where the sacrifices could be made, the place where the Most High could, when we pray to the Most High, he could hear our prayers. That was central command. The house of the Most High was first. That was central command. Everything else is an auxiliary to that commitment, to that central command. Go ahead.
It says, And Yahushua said unto him, No man having put his hand to the plow and looking back is fit for the kingdom of the Most High.
Because the kingdom of the Most High, serving the Most High, and his reward is given to those that make him priority. And that's something that's a hard pill to swallow when you get that, and it's hard for anybody, whether it was during this time in Luke or it's our time now. That hasn't changed yet. The servitude of Christ isn't as comfortable of a decision as people make it sound.
Yeah.
But at least what I like is the fact that Yahushua is showing him from the jump what it is. He's not making no promises. He's not setting nobody up and saying this life's gonna be like this. There's no guarantee of what life's gonna be like. That's one thing that we can't be lying. We can't be lying either. We got to tell people the truth from the jump. Hey, bro, I can't tell you what you're gonna get paid. I can't get if you're gonna have a job or your house. You're gonna get your car repoed, or if you're gonna keep your house payment. Brother, I don't mind joining, but I got a mortgage and I don't want to lose it. Hey, bro, I tell you this.
Now we have an online show.
Yeah,
and that's fine too.
I'll tell you this. I've lost mortgages. I've been evicted. I've had the county come and put a sticker on their window on your door and said if you come back on these premises, you will be arrested for trespassing. I've had that happen. I've had many cars repossessed.
After you put thousands of dollars and time into tile work, into repainting, into restoration,
construction.
It wasn't like it was just you was living there and just
you wasn't squatting.
It wasn't. I wasn't living. I gotta
crib.
go. There was work that was done.
Work, finances, effort put in. You know what? And it still got taken. But you know what? I wasn't.
It was took. It wasn't taken. It was took.
No, it was took. It
wasn't taken. It was took.
I said, you show up over here, you show up, we're gonna arrest you right on site for trespassing. In a place I put money up on. But you know what? That didn't deter me. That didn't stop me. I'm just giving my example because I've seen this amongst many men. Many men have lost their stability and have been rooted out of their homes. But that didn't affect their faith. Matter of fact, it made their faith stronger. Because you were able to see how the Most High can take this from me, but He can give me, He can keep me afloat and give me something right back.
Yeah.
And sometimes what we don't even understand is when the Most High is taking something from you, it's because He's trying to replace it with something better. And that's another thing that we don't even see. You know what I'm saying? But now just going to this point to show why Solomon made the temple first, because we should always make the temple first in this day and age.
Yes, sir. Now I'm need you to touch on it in Josephus. Did you finish that in 62?
Yeah, that was it.
Okay.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemaiwan, Ban Yasha Allah.
Nagaha, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Shemaiwan, Ban Yashal.
How much? Bro.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar Rakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai Brakatham.
All right, so let's just go from the top because we didn't go too far into this so far. From the top, it's once again, it's book 8, chapter 5, paragraph 1 and 2.
Book 8, chapter 5, paragraph 1, page 221. After the building of the temple, which as we have before said, was finished in 7 years, the king laid the foundation of his palace, which he did not finish under 13 years. For he was not equally...
Correct. Before you leave. Yeah, yes. Yes. I get you. Read on.
For he was not equally zealous in the building of this palace as he had been about the temple.
Keep going.
For as to that, though it was a great work and required wonderful and surprising application, yet the Most High, for whom it was made, so far cooperated therewith, that it was finished in the aforementioned number of years.
Listen, the Most High was with the construction of the building. It took lesser time. It was more of a coordinated effort, more resources, but the Most High was pleased with that job, and somehow that got done more or quicker than his homes. Okay? Read on.
But the palace, which was a building much inferior in dignity to the temple, both on account that its materials had not been so long beforehand gotten ready.
You got to understand that David sat back here and supplied like 60 to 80% of the supplies. He sat back and went to wars. He was taking out Syrians. Remember once David realized that he couldn't build a temple? All he started doing was just killing nations. He was wiping out Moab. He was wiping out Syria. He was going bananas, stretching out the territories. He started going to war with the Philistines. And when you go to war, you keep what you kill, right? They was taking all of these borders, expanding out the borders, gold, copper, silver. And so all of these supplies were purchased and set up. Not purchased, were taken.
Spoils of war.
Spoils. Exactly. Fair and square. So all that was built leading up to Solomon's maturity. He said at this point the surplus was getting kind of bare, so it wasn't at the same level of majesty. That's why most of the fame was in the forest of Lebanon trees, that he still had that connection with Hiram. It was not laid out with gold, because the temple had the wood, the stones, the wood from Hiram, and the gold laid on top. It was another level. Okay, but he said it wasn't as majestic as the temple, but it was still cold. When you sit back here and read down, especially in paragraph 2, it explains in more detail about how cold it was. Read on.
Both on account that its materials had not been so long beforehand gotten ready, nor had been so zealously prepared, and on account that this was only a habitation for kings and not for the Most High.
Exactly. So Solomon purposely didn't try to raise up the standard. This was just the king's house.
Right.
This was not supposed to be in competition with the majesty of the Most High. Read on.
And that's also similar to giving tithes, man. You give the Most High the best of what you got, and you give it off the top.
Off the top.
And you give it first.
Or offerings, because you get in trouble for saying it, calling it tithes.
Yeah, offerings. So, but when I offer a sacrifice to the Most High, that sacrifice is without blemish. I give the Most High the best of what I have to give him, and I give it to him first. And that's just another level of priority that Solomon is showing right here within the Josephus, that he made the Most High's temple that much more immaculate than his own house.
Mm-hmm. Let's keep going.
It was longer in finishing. However, this building was raised so magnificently as suited the happy state of the Hebrews and of the king thereof. But it is necessary that I describe the entire structure and disposition of the parts, that so those that light upon this book may thereby make a conjecture and, as it were, have a prospect of its magnitude.
So now he's like, I have to break down the house like we broke down the temple, so we can understand the magnitude of the construction of Solomon's land, his space, his property, so forth and so on. Read on.
Paragraph 2. This house was a large and curious building, and it was supported by many pillars, which Solomon built to contain a multitude for hearing causes.
Now this is the throne room and the pillar hall he's talking about. We're not dealing with the palace and the house of Lebanon forest yet. Because this is the place where he's hearing out counsels and issues and scenarios. So read on.
And taking a cognizance of suits.
Like the courthouse.
Yep.
This is how this was our courthouse. Read on.
It was sufficiently capacious to contain a great body of men who would come together to have their causes determined.
Mm-hmm.
It was 100 cubits long and 50 broad.
Okay. So this place was filled from the rooter to the tutor, pretty damn busy. That's what that outer court was for. This is where they sat back here and stayed until they had their issues and causes, brought forth before the king. Read on.
And 30 high, supported many quadrangular pillars, which were all of cedar, but its roof was according to the Corinthian order. I'm sorry, what is a quadrangular?
Well, it says, okay, it was supported by quadrangular pillars. I couldn't even tell you.
Quad is four.
Yeah.
Four side shapes.
Four side shaped pillars.
Yeah, I think it's
Okay.
the quad is a square and then the circular pillar, so it's a
Yeah.
square.
And then a pillar on top.
Yeah, because when you look in,
So what you're saying is that the Greeks didn't make that style.
no, that was us.
Just want to
that
make
was
sure
us.
that's understood, because that was.
He's about to say that right here, the Josephus,
My bad.
that they got that from Israel.
There you go.
That Greco-Roman style came from Solomon's temple.
Thank you, sir.
That they have in those other nations.
Okay.
Nation of biters.
Yeah.
Right. With the square and
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was
Okay,
we did. Most High put that spur on us for us to do that.
Yeah.
My bad.
I remember Karasha brought that out a long time ago. It's cool.
That's hilarious. Let's keep going.
Supported by quadrangular pillars, which were all of cedar, but its roof was according to the Corinthian order, with folding doors and their adjoining pillars of equal magnitude, each fluted with 3 cavities, which building was at once firm and very ornamental. There was also another house so ordered.
Hold on, you read, did you read that Corinthian order?
Oh, you
Yeah, read it again from the top.
Yeah, I read it.
Read it again. You want to bring something out?
Yeah, he brings it
See,
out.
mine doesn't have that extra stuff. So let's do it again.
Yeah.
Okay, you want the footnote? The footnote?
Yeah, the footnote. But go ahead and read it again.
I got that old man. I don't got the Corinthian. I ain't got the Corinthian breakdown. The Corinthian leather.
The Corinthian letter.
We got the new.
Okay. Footnote, message at the bottom. A. This mention of the Corinthian ornaments of architecture in Solomon's palace by Josephus seems to be here set down by way of preface. For although it appears to me that the Grecian and Roman most ancient orders of architecture were taken from Solomon's temple.
It's crazy, bro.
So all those columns all those columns that you see in Greco-Roman history, like the columns in the Colosseums, the theaters, because even the
Acropolis and all those damn. Yeah, exactly.
even the Supreme Court got big pillars in front of it. When you look at the modern day Supreme Court building, where justice is supposed to be served, they got those big columns. He's saying that those columns from Greco-Roman times was taken from Solomon. It robbed them. Even the other nations do, through mysticism, they do give Solomon the credit for being the best builder.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? They just take it to a whole nother mystic fashion. Looking at the left hand knowledge that he acquired along with, the wisdom that the Most High gave him. But they do celebrate, them Gentile nations do celebrate the fact that the Most High was using Solomon's wisdom as a way to build.
Yep.
And so they give more credit to what he built than the one who gave him the wisdom.
And you see, he didn't get this from Egyptian architecture either.
Right.
This didn't come from Egypt. This didn't come from the Chaldees. This came from him. This is more proof that this was the pinnacle of our civilization.
Right, because the Greeks had no civilization at this time.
Exactly.
The Romans.
They were a nation of biters.
Right. The Romans didn't have no civilization and structures built like this. The Romans and the Greeks came way later in history. What he's saying is they got this style of building these columns from Solomon.
And that's that flute, like that groove that kind of runs down?
Right.
That's what that is?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. As from their, let me read it again.
Yeah.
For although it appears to me that the Grecian and Roman most ancient orders of architecture were taken from Solomon's temple, as from their original patterns, yet it is not so clear that the last and most ornamental order of the Corinthian was so ancient, although what the same Josephus says, referencing War 5.5.3, that one of the gates of Herod's temple was built according to the rules of this Corinthian order.
So we know Herod expanded the temple,
Right.
and he was using the same order, that Corinthian order, which the editor or the translator William Winston is saying that they adopted from Solomon himself. So he's saying that they would just reuse these structures throughout their own history. They would adopt and reuse those structures like we do in our own houses today. People use columns and pillars, but these columns and pillars is not new. You know, they've already existed throughout history. So as far as the original point and place where you can find this, he's saying that Solomon, you read in history, Solomon was the first one using those type of, with detail, using those particular columns in history with that type of detail emphasized in the column. You don't find any ancient writers with that type of column. You know what I'm saying? With that type of detail, with those quadrangular angles. But go ahead, you go back up in the reading.
Line 134. There was also another house so ordered that its entire breadth was placed in the middle. It was quadrangular, and its breadth was 30 cubits, having a temple over against it, raised upon massy pillars, in which temple there was a large and very glorious room, wherein the king sat in judgment. To this was joined another house that was built for his queen. There were other smaller edifices for diet and for sleep after public matters were over, and these were all floored with boards of cedar. Some of these Solomon built with stones of 10 cubits, and wainscoted the walls with other stones that were solid, and were of great value, such as are dug out of the earth for the ornaments of temples.
We're in Josephus, book 8, chapter 5, paragraph 2, in the middle.
Line 135.
Yeah. Okay. So read some of these Solomon built with stones of it.
Line 135. Some of these Solomon built with stones of 10 cubits, and wainscoted the walls with other stones that were sawed, and were of great value, such as are dug out of the earth for the ornaments of temples, and to make fine prospects in royal palaces, and which make the mines whence they are dug famous. Line 136. Now the contexture of the curious workmanship of these stones was in 3 rows, but the 4th row would make one admire its sculptures, whereby were represented trees and all sorts of plants, with the shades that arose from their branches and leaves that hung down from them. Those trees and plants covered the stone that was beneath them, and their leaves were wrought so prodigious, thin and subtle, that you would think they were in motion.
Wow. I don't know. There's a lot of words, a lot of big words. Listen, we're gonna go a little higher again. He made the stones and these images of trees from the stone, and to what it looked like the trees were moving.
He said it was so
crazy.
It was so thin. It was so thin and subtle that means that the detail, the detail. You know how something looks 3-dimensional?
Yeah.
But something is so skillfully wrought and done that it looks like it pops out to you.
Wow.
That's, you know, even paintings can do that.
That's
when you
true.
got paintings that have so many different colors, and variations, and it looks like the art itself is coming out. He said that's how the carving was, that's how the workmanship was.
We got to go back. I got Wayne Scott. It helps me.
Okay.
We bypassed Wayne Scott. I was like, I don't know what the hell that was. We just gonna keep reading.
Wayne Scott it. Yeah.
No, let's go further up again. My
135.
whole brain is messed up.
As soon as I hear Wayne Scott, I got confused.
Yeah.
Let's go back to 135. I was done at Wayne Scott. What the hell is a Wayne Scott? I said, should I sit back and stop and define that? And let me see if the rest of the sentence, the rest of the chapter, is going to sit back and clarify what the hell Wayne Scott was, and it didn't. So it was a mistake. Okay, so let's keep going. Go back again from the top.
Line 135. Some of these Solomon built with stones of 10 cubits and wainscoted the walls.
Matter of fact, listen, go back to this was joined another house. Let's get that. Let's get there.
All right. To this was joined another house. We're right above paragraph 135. To this was joined another house that was built for his queen.
We understand online, we see that image of Pharaoh's daughter's crib, which is to the left of the palace. We got that, right? I'm trying to make sure we're on par with what's going on. That Corinthian order was dealing with the pillar hall, which connected to the throne room. Okay? I don't think he explained the throne room yet, but we're going to keep going. Some of these Solomon built. Read on.
There were other smaller edifices for diet and for sleep after public matters were over.
That has to be his palace area. Because if you're breaking down the Pharaoh's daughter's room, then adjacent to Pharaoh's daughter's room is the palace. So they're saying in the palace area, there was a place for diet, obviously a kitchen area. There were other smaller edifices for sleep. He had his bedroom, obviously. After public matters were over. So what he's explaining here is Pharaoh's daughter's crib and his palace room. Okay, read on. And it was all floored with cedar under the stones he was making. We read about those stones in 1 Kings chapter 7. But let's keep going.
And these were all floored with boards of cedar. Line 135. Some of these Solomon built with stones of 10 cubits, and wainscoted the walls with other stones that were saw.
So he wainscoted with stones. So okay, wainscot. In building, timber work serving to line the walls of a room being made in panels. So what he did is he had stone along the walls. He said, and wainscoted the walls with other stones.
Wow.
So he had stone that was wainscoted or carved on the walls like it was a tree.
Yeah.
Okay?
Didn't we have a school like that back in the day? Not like Wayne Scott, but we had. Didn't we have
Guadalupe?
Yeah, Guadalupe. We had. I don't know.
Where we tiled the wall.
Listen, tile wainscot is a whole other level.
I know.
But the tile, it ran from the floor
Yeah.
to like half of the wall.
Yeah.
Almost, no, not half.
About 3
but-
feet.
Yeah, about 3 feet.
It was like 3 panels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was like 12 by 12.
No,
Is
that's
that
18
silver?
by 18.
18 by 18. Yeah. That's what it was. Point is, wainscoting was like having stone. It was carved stone that was riding up, that connected from the floor.
Basically, he tiled the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he did.
But it was shaped like a damn tree.
Right. It was cut with the trees in it, engraved with.
It was engraved like a tree, so it didn't look like a stone. It was a tree stone. Okay.
I mean, yeah, you can't drop the tile, bro.
How do you connect it together?
Yeah.
I guess unless he had stone alongside of it, and they just had a chunk of stone that was protruding outside the stone, and they just shaved it up.
So it was sculpted like a tree.
It was probably just stone at the bottom, stone at top, with a protruded stone, and they just chiseled that stone that was protruding into a tree, so it was like one piece. Because don't forget, the floor was stone, and they put wood over the stone. It was stone on the floor. That's the foundation. They put cedar on it, so they probably had protruded stone on the wall, and they shaved that protruded stone into a tree.
And those pieces had to fit exact.
Yeah.
So I think they probably were pre-cut.
They were well pre-cut maybe to get it in there, but they started to shave it on there when it was there. They probably had it pre-cut into that wall, to that extension, then the work had to be done. Or they did it outside. I don't know. Let's read it again. So it says
they have competitions like that nowadays where they do chiseling and, you know what I'm saying, the sculptures.
You can't. I'll tell you what. I tell you what. If you bring that piece in and you mess up, that's your ass.
Right. That's amazing to watch if you ever see it, man.
You got to think about we built the pyramids.
Yeah.
And it wasn't no tools used in that.
Mm-hmm.
Everything was pre-cut to where it fit like a puzzle. They still scratching their head trying to figure out how it was built.
I don't know how they did the shape of a tree to where it looks like it's moving.
When you look at ivory, when they take ivory tusk and they're able to carve the ivory tusk with delicate figures and animals and creatures all within that ivory. Whatever he did on that pre-cut stone, it was very detailed. It said what it looked like the tree was in motion.
Yeah,
the leaves were in motion. That means that the stone was cut so thin, and when the leaf looked like he said it was in motion, like it was blowing. So it had to be very thinly cut to be able to be. By the time you put it on the wall, it looked like it was moving. It would look like it was real.
Oh, and they have a construction term for it. I forget. I think it's called doodle pointing.
What is it? What's
but
the
it's
word?
A term for that.
You know, we don't even have 3D print machines that could do that kind of detail. Like even today, that computer-aided drafting, you know, that they can't even really get that kind of precise cuts of what he's saying, where it looks like it's in motion.
Yeah, like if you walk by it, if you Google it, you can kind of see if you like walk by, it looks like, is that true?
Yeah, that's like
the light, based on the light,
they call it
leveling and
hologram something. It's like it look like a hologram, like when you view it from certain angles, it looks like it's moving.
Like the Mona Lisa eyeballs, like the Mona Lisa eyeballs looking at you from everything.
That's like hologram.
Every angle.
It's perfectly structured. The light, but how it hits it. I don't know. It has to be phenomenal.
Yeah, that's something else, man.
I'm gonna put it online so people can see it. I just want to kind of like get a good image, so people can kind of see.
That was the best, bro. Best, bro.
Damn Romans,
Yeah.
The Romans destroyed the temple right after that. Well, the Babylonians destroyed it first.
Well, shoot.
Kind of like that too.
Damn it, I'm trying to. Yeah. That's one. I got a one that's black that's like that. I'm pretty sure there's better ones than this.
They ain't got that at Floor and Decor, that's for sure.
It's not there.
No, it ain't Bed Bath Beyond.
This is probably like real basic wainscoting in here.
You know, it's gonna take too long to get this thing. You see how it is, right? How it's kind of like protruding out.
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy, bro.
That's just an image of it, but there's other stuff. Just look up for everybody online. Just look up. Naga Hyde mentioned it. It's just wainscoting walls, and you'll start seeing all these different protrusion ideas to make it look like it's alive and it's coming to life.
Like impression?
Yeah, it's an impression. It's an indentation out. So let's go back. Some of these Solomon built with stones. If you want to look at it, wainscoting walls, just look on that on Google, and you'll see it.
Line 135. Some of these Solomon built with stones of 10 cubits, and wainscoted the walls with other stones that were sawed, and were of great value, such as are dug out of the earth for the ornaments of temples, and to make fine prospects in royal palaces, and which make the mines whence they are dug famous.
Okay, so there were mines that were specifically used to ornament temples and houses.
That means it had to be some type of high quality granite or some type of high quality marble.
That was top notch.
That was top notch quality. But the material itself had to be top notch.
And they used it to ornament other kings' mansions, and that was something that was obviously for the elites of the world at the time.
You know, they say in modern day houses, you know, you put your money in the kitchen and the bathroom, and that's where the value's at.
Yes, sir.
You know, you put it on the backsplash. You know, you make the backsplash with
the kitchen gotta look right.
Yeah, it's gotta look right. But his whole house was looking right, bro.
Yes, sir. So let's keep going. Now the contexture.
Line 136. Now the contexture of the curious workmanship of these stones was in 3 rows, but the 4th row would make one admire its sculptures, whereby were represented trees and all sorts of plants, with the shades that arose from their branches and leaves that hung down from them.
So that means it created trees in that 3rd row, 4th row. and it protruded out to where there was actually a shade that came from the trees. That's crazy.
Oh, like that.
Like a shade, like a covering. So the stone had to go out like this and come outward. Protrude outward. Read on.
Those trees and plants covered the stone that was beneath them, and their leaves were wrought so prodigious, thin, and subtle that you would think they were in motion. But the other part, up to the roof, was plastered over, and as it were, embroidered with colors and pictures. He moreover...
Okay, so obviously the image went all the way to the roof. It covered it, and they were created so thin and delicate to where it looked like it was one. So I'm assuming they painted the images also. They painted the tree also, or the trees and plants also.
Like a sky or something?
I don't know if it's a sky or it was just like he put the outdoors indoors. I should look like. Read on.
Sorry, but the other part up to the roof was plastered over, and as it were, embroidered with colors and pictures. He moreover built other edifices.
Colors and pictures were on the roof.
Like Sistine Chapel?
Yeah.
That's the best example.
Or the ceiling or
The
the roof.
Sistine
It said
Chapel
the
had
roof.
pictures on the
The roof was plastered over and it were
Outside of the
embroidered
structure.
with colors
Oh,
and pictures.
so you had to plaster over so you could have a surface to paint on.
I guess so, kind of.
Something like that. Okay.
Moreover, he built.
He moreover built other edifices for pleasure, as also very long cloisters.
What's a cloister? I don't want to keep reading past it because it ain't gonna make me get no understanding of it. Cloisters.
Oh, okay. A covered walk
Oh.
and a covenant.
Okay.
Monastery.
This is dope. Cloisters are like, you see this, it's like those little hallways, they're hallways, but you have like a wall.
Oh.
Not walls, but you have like those,
Arches?
Yeah, they're arches.
It's the
I gotta
arch.
find a way to like.
Ishmael has that often. Ishmael always
Yeah.
has that in the palaces. They have the arch walkways that they keep walking this arch.
There's a certain name for that style. They make the mausoleums
Like a cathedral?
like a cathedral walkway. Yeah,
Gothic?
not Gothic. It's that Middle Eastern.
This cathedral. The
They call it,
Catholic Church has that stuff too. Let's see. I'm trying to get it.
Interesting.
I'm trying to get it to where we can put it online. And it
They
doesn't
call it
list-
Mediterranean. That's the
Style
style
name.
that they use today. They call it Mediterranean when you have those type of circular arches, walkways that are covered, and they got arched openings as you keep walking under the covered area.
Okay.
So it's good for structure, but it's also good for...
Well, it's aesthetically pleasing. Okay. So let's keep going.
As also very long cloisters, and those situate in an agreeable place of the palace, and among them a most glorious dining room for feastings and computations, and full of gold and such other furniture as so fine a room ought to have for the conveniency of the guests.
So listen, Solomon laid out the part of the palace where he had guests. We had entertainment. When he would entertain people, that's where he put the gold. Because you don't see the gold anywhere else over here.
Right.
The last little gold stash went to floss to the other nations. When he brought the king of Egypt or the high delegates of Syria into the countries, and they'd eat, they had to go there in the dining area. Okay, that makes sense. Let's continue.
That's like your grandma having that dining room.
Don't touch that china.
Yeah, you don't
touch the good
touch
china.
that. And you don't sit on that couch.
Put
Go
that
sit on that.
plastic-
Go sit on that.
plastic
Yeah, go sit on that back couch. Man.
Yeah.
Go to that den. Go sit in the den.
Don't sit in that plastic guy.
Yeah, they sit in the front room. That front room was for guests only.
That's hilarious.
Yes, so-
That is a
That's
real
true.
thing. That's a real thing. I think it died after the grandmother generation of our time,
Yeah.
the 70s. You know, it ain't happen no more. I remember those days. It was good china. The whole area, you just don't sit there.
You don't even go in there.
No,
Like, why are we even here? There's nothing you can even get.
It's being used like a couple times a year.
Mama had this
That's
wall
company.
in China.
Yeah, it's for company. It was for the good company though.
Yeah.
The company that was respected and
Yeah.
appreciated.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That's true.
And you're trying to impress him. But let's keep going.
And where all the vessels were made of gold. Now it is line 138. Now it is very hard to reckon at the magnitude and the variety of the royal apartments. How many rooms there were of the largest sort, how many of a bigness inferior to those, and how many that were subterraneous and invisible.
So they said he had some underground stuff. So he had this, because you see it at the palace online. It has a decent size to it. It's almost as big as the temple.
Yeah, underground.
His palace is almost as big as the temple.
So he had those walls that roll back and then be a room behind.
Or underground stuff. Or underground.
Yeah.
He said subterraneous. So it might be wide, and there's some stuff underground. Just underground party.
Yeah, panic room.
I don't know what he had. Fun room, party rooms, different rooms. We go underground.
That's trophy room, man. That's where the trophies is at.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah.
Wait till we go underground. You know what I'm saying?
That's where the party gets. That's where the party's at. With all that wood, you can't hear nothing. You can't hear nothing. Let's keep going.
And how many that were subterraneous and invisible, and curiosity of those that enjoyed the fresh air, and the groves for the most delightful prospect, for the avoiding the heat.
Wow. Read on.
And covering of their bodies.
They had something devised where you can go to underground and get away from the heat, man.
It was
a cool, relax, you can get out of that heat. This was state of the art. This was state of the damn art. That's genius. And that's what the underground parts were for. You kept everything insulated. It was cool. That's phenomenal. That's
I've been
fire.
sweating all day out here like.
This hot. I'm going underground, man. Forget this, man. I wanted the pools.
AC.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Natural AC. And it was all based on the construction. How it was constructed, how it was put together. That's phenomenal.
Because you do that with tents too. You did feel like an underground chamber with a tent over it, and then it naturally ventilates your tent area and all that. It's a lot of digging.
Well, he didn't have to do it. Solomon didn't have to dig a droplet of dirt. That's what they had the nations was for. That's the truth. Read on.
Line 139. And to say, all in brief, Solomon made the whole building entirely of white stone.
Fire, bro.
And cedar wood, and gold, and silver. He also adorned the roofs and walls with stones set in gold, and beautified them thereby in the same manner as he had beautified the temple of the Most High with the like stones. He also made himself a throne of prodigious bigness of ivory.
He had an ivory throne. Wow. There's a lot of animals had to get wiped out for that. Like a throne of ivory. It's fire, right?
The only other ivory throne you could read about that may rival the one that we're reading about now is the ivory throne that the British stole from Elam. If you can pull up, if anybody pull up real quick the ivory throne of India.
They had nothing but elephants at that time, man. We can see this one.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
It's a throne and footstool?
I see it.
Oh, that's crazy.
India was known as having one of they call it the illustrious ivory throne. They were known to have a throne that was made out of complete ivory that the British stole from them.
Of course.
Along with the Kohinoor diamond in India.
Beautiful. Look at that, huh? That's beautiful. Look how ornate that is, huh?
Yeah. I don't know if we can put that on there.
I don't know why, this computer's been tripping on like this airdrop. I don't know why I can't.
That's a treasure, bro.
It's the computer.
You got lions on it too? No, I got some lions and.
Yeah, that's a good one. Then they got the, what was that, eagles or something?
Lions,
I don't know if
dragons, and unicorns.
It's not coming up on here because I got to get it on here. And unless, you know what I can do? I can do this. I can. Let me just do this. It was ivory throne of India, right? I can do it. I was just being lazy.
He got a lion with rubies in his eyes.
We can do it on our Zoom. If we on Zoom.
Nah, I got off Zoom. I'm just gonna sit back and take this.
Crazy, huh?
We'll show it, y'all. We'll get it. We'll get it together.
They got the Queen of England sitting on that. Worthless individual.
That's it.
Oh, is she sitting on? Yeah.
Worthless, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, they stole that from India.
I can't do that. Wow.
You got the lions at the top.
Yeah, you see Queen Victoria sitting on it.
There it goes. I got it. Here we go. This is what we're gonna do.
Eagle at the bottom of
Yeah.
Let me see. We're gonna give you an image. There it goes. That's the image right there.
But that's not the exact one. That's just a
Replica?
not even a replica, but that's just what nations were doing when they built thrones out of ivory. But one of the most famous ones in history was the one that was stolen from India by the British. And
So that's not the one?
yeah, that's the one because Queen Victoria is sitting on it. On this other picture, you see Queen Victoria sitting on
Oh, okay. That's what I'm talking
on the throne.
That's the real one.
Yeah,
You see how it- yeah.
You see this Queen Victoria sitting
Yeah.
on the throne. That throne was stolen out of India when the British conquered India.
It's great. Yeah, you can see it's all ivory right here, man.
Yep.
We're not saying this is exactly how Solomon's is.
But it's an idea.
It's an idea. We don't see how, what type of seating portion was his, but the throne was of ivory, pure ivory. Okay. I would like to hope that he had better stuff on the corner than that. I'm not a big fan of that little smiling lion there, but
It said ivory can treat ulcers, tumors, epilepsy, various illnesses.
God. Well, let's keep going back. Let's go back and
Line 140.
Line 140. He also made himself a throne of prodigious bigness of ivory, constructed as a seat of justice, and having 6 steps to it.
so you had 6 steps leading up to this throne of ivory. Okay. Read on.
On every one of which stood on each end of the step 2 lions, 2 other lions standing above also, but at the sitting place of the throne, hands came out.
Hold on a second. Okay. So I want to make sure it says he also made himself a throne,
Wow.
prodigious bigness of ivory, constructed as a seat of justice, and having 6 steps to it, 6 steps to the throne. On every one of which stood on each end of the step 2 lions. So there was 2 lions on this step, 2 lions on that step. That's 24 lions total. I thought it was 12.
Wait, what?
Huh? He said 2 lions on one. I'm trying to make sure I'm reading this right. On every one the steps which stood on each of the step.
Each end of the
We got
On each
each
end of the step.
Yeah.
2 lions. 2 other lions standing above also. So on each end of the step there was 2 lions. So there's a one end and there's the other end. Right? So is it 2 on each end or is it 1 and 1?
That's 2.
Is it 2 on each end? And there's 6 steps. That's 24.
I mean 24.
Yeah. 2 times 6 it's 24 lions.
Hmm.
That's crazy.
We got to read the scripture on that and see what the scriptures say.
Yeah. So that means when you get up to what Solomon says, it's step 7. Right? 6 step 2, it's 7 when you get to.
Let's get back to 1 Kings. Maybe it'll explain it in 1 Kings 9. Maybe. I don't know if it goes into it in scripture.
Oh, okay.
We're going to still go back there. We just want to see if there's any I don't remember him going into that in the scriptures. Chapter 9 doesn't talk about it. And 10 deals with the Navy and Sheba. Let me see. Hold on. It'll be 10 and 18, 19 and 20. It's 12. It's not 24. 1 Kings 10 and 20. Or 10 and 18. 10 and 18 through 20. Somebody can read that. 1 Kings chapter 10, verse 18 through 20.
First Kings chapter 10, verse 18. Moreover, the king made a great throne of ivory and overlaid it with the best gold. The throne had 6 steps, and the top of the throne was round behind, and there were stays on either side on the place of the seat, and 2 lions stood beside the stays. And 12 lions stood there on the one side, and on the other upon the 6 steps.
So that's 24. Yeah, it's 24. Yeah. It's 2, 2, 2 and 2, 2 and 2, 2 and 2. It is 24.
And on the other side.
Yeah, so it's 12 on one side, 12 on the other. It's 24. There it is. You learn something every day. Finish that verse up.
And 12 lions stood there on the one side and on the other upon 6 steps. There was not the like made in any kingdom.
So they had to be trained.
No, these were just statues, I believe.
Statues?
Yeah.
Come.
Yeah, these are just
Yeah,
statues.
statues.
These are just statues.
Okay.
Yeah, like maybe.
This is also
This
is also through some historians, they try to say that because Solomon made images of animals, that this is where he was off. Some historians like to say Solomon was off for putting them statues because they say that it's equivalent to idol worship. But obviously that's not what he was doing at the time. But because everybody knows eventually he became an idolater and worshiping the gods of other nations, they like to say that that was the beginning of his falling away from the Most High when he made those lions, those stone lions on those stairs.
Mm-hmm.
So they try to, some historians like to say that was the beginning of his fall, but that's not what the scriptures say.
And a stay is a fixed anchorage, so it's a fixed piece. Yeah. So it was 2 lions on each side, 2 fixed ivory pieces. It was still ivory, right? Overlaid with gold.
Ooh. And this was the seat of judgment?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's what you see when you approach the throne.
That's when you approach the throne. But it was ivory with gold on top of that, laced with gold. That's fire. That is pure fire.
And not to take it there, but it just hit me. It was 24 lions. Reminds me of the 24 angels.
Good.
That's the hour of the day.
Yeah. Yes, it
to
was.
see the judgment.
The judgment. Yeah, 24 elders.
That was just on heaven, on earth as it is in heaven?
I guess. Alright, yeah, the 24 24 elders. Who knows? But we do know this is when he was on point. This is before he fell.
It's before he fell.
Because he's fallen later on. Actually, the next chapter in 11 is when he starts talking about his fall. But let's go back and finish paragraph 2 in Antiquities of the Jews.
When we read 140 over again? Or
140 over again.
Line 140, page 222. He also made himself a throne of prodigious bigness of ivory, constructed as a seat of justice, and having 6 steps to it, on every one of which stood on each end of the step 2 lions, 2 other lions standing above also. But at the sitting place of the throne, hands came out and received the king. And when he sat backward, he rested on half a bullock that looked towards his back. But still, all was fastened together with gold.
Place on the throne, hands came out. So maybe that was where the arms of the chair was. Arms were out like this. Armrest was like this. I wish there was an image of it. Arms out. That's where he put his arms for rest. Hands came out and received the king, and when he sat backwards, he rested on half a bullock.
So a carved bullock?
I guess. That looked towards his back. So the bullock was looking backwards, and he sat down on the bullock. Because the bullock couldn't have been in the front, so I was in the back of the
It's
of
the back.
the ivory
It's the
seat.
back of the throne.
Would have the bullock in the back.
The bullock was actually facing
That's
that
what that was
direction.
facing that direction.
Yeah, behind
He
him.
was sitting on the back of the bullock
But it was still made out of ivory and
with
gold.
hands out like this,
Yeah.
or like this.
Or the hands could have been the seat. It could
Well,
have been where he sat down at.
Well, I think that's where it was. This is the seat, like the armchair part.
No, I'm talking about the actual seat where he sat.
He sat in the butt part.
Where the hands were like this,
Mhm.
his butt was right here.
Okay,
It could have been
okay.
that way too.
Okay. But he said he rested on half the bullock.
Wait, when he sat back.
When he sat backward.
Yeah,
So-
like this.
So the back of the chair was
Cut out.
flat, and but the bullock's head
Yeah,
went out
yeah.
back this way
Yeah.
towards the back.
Yeah.
Like an animal seat?
Yeah.
But it was ivory. Listen, we're figuring this out. None of us was there. We're figuring this out on the wing, and I'm not even gonna front like I know exactly how the hell this happened, because we're all figuring this one out. This one I'm not gonna act like, oh yeah, I know for sure them fingers is out like this. I don't. All right, I'm not even gonna act like I do. So I'm not even gonna even portray that.
But that's the beautiful thing about reading, though. That's why they
Yeah.
always tell you that the book is better than the movie,
Mhm.
because it's your own imagination. So we can take our own imaginations and we have the visual of what his throne may or may not have looked like. But
Mhm.
we got enough details
Right.
to have that imagination.
But we also know it costs a lot of money.
Yeah, no doubt.
And he put the best. He didn't slack when it came to quality. He didn't slack when he came to emphasizing the details of the ornaments, the stones the costly stones he put into it. The material that it was made with was gold. It was ivory. It wasn't cheap. It wasn't like a flea market piece. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't something that
From the pool guy.
Yeah, the pool guy. You know what I'm saying? It was something that was, the very best of what you can put together for at the time when you living as righteous as you can.
It wasn't bargain.
Yeah, it wasn't. He wasn't considering. I'm on balling on a
Ball on
budget.
the budget.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That's the beautiful thing is that material. We know that material was off the chain, man.
Okay, so
But we also
we're gonna let the
know
Josephus go.
it says the falling of them became the riches of the world.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So we do know that when we fell, it was so much wealth in there that the whole world got rich from it.
Listen, they got rich physically, and they got put on game with that next level of construction.
Yep.
Everybody benefited from our fallout.
Yep.
And they profited off of selling those
Yeah.
structures.
They use those
Yeah.
structures for their advantage to create their treasure cities and their places of honor. We won't sit back and say that Esau or America took their structures for their government buildings from the Greeks and the Romans, but they really took it from who?
Solomon.
From us. They took it from us who were at our peak. And the Greeks took it from us, made it theirs, and since nobody was really up on how we did things, they just took it from us. It was
We were
easier to
private
take it
people.
from us.
Remember, we were private
We were
people.
private people. And we didn't listen. We were private people, and they were able to take and steal from us very easily. We'll leave it at that. We're gonna let Josephus go for now. We'll be back to it. Let's go now to 1 Kings, chapter 9, verse 1. We're gonna read the entire chapter, and we're gonna go into after construction or post construction, what Solomon does and how he deals with Hiram. And then we're going to jump back to paragraph 3 in Josephus soon afterwards. So where are we at now? We're going to 1 Kings chapter 9 verse 1 through 28. All right.
Where did we leave off in 1 Kings 7? I'm sorry.
Well, was that we went from 1 to 12,
12.
and that was just to re-explain the temple and how it was situated. Okay.
1 Kings chapter 9, verse 1. And it came to pass, when Solomon had finished the building of the house of the Most High, and the king's house, and all Solomon's desire, which he was pleased to do, that the Most High appeared to Solomon the second time, and as he had appeared unto him at Gibeon. And the Most High said unto him, I have heard thy prayer and thy supplication, that thou hast made before me. I have hallowed this house, which thou hast built, to put my name there forever.
Not his presence, but his name. Remember, read on.
to put my name there forever, and mine eyes and mine heart shall be there perpetually. And if thou wilt walk before me, as David thy father walked, in integrity of heart and in uprightness, to do according to all that I have commanded thee, and will keep my statutes and my judgments, then I will establish.
Hold on. What this proves, what you were saying, Shamshawan, about, people were saying that when he was putting those lines up, he was breaking the law. That's not true. Because when he completed the temple, when he completed his house, then the Most High came to him in a dream and said, I'm listening to you, I'm there for you, but you got to keep this up, and I will continue to bless you. So everything, all the works he did leading up to the completing of the temple and his house were honorable, and the Most High approved it. Okay, and that disproves the fact he was just into witchcraft and negativity the whole time.
He didn't fall off at that point.
He didn't fall off at that point. He was still at his spiritual peak when the construction process just had finished.
So everything he built had a spiritual intention.
And the Most High was at least okay with it. Okay, I mean, because him putting his artistic slant on the imagery wasn't wrong. Listen, even when he put the palm trees in the temple,
and the pomegranates
and the palm trees, that was fine. He didn't have a problem. Moses didn't have a problem with all that detailed construction in the temple. He was fine with it. So any gainsayers thinking that was off, it wasn't. So let's continue.
Verse 4. And if thou wilt walk before me, as David thy father walked, in integrity of heart and in uprightness, to do according to all that I have commanded thee, and will keep my statutes and my judgments, then I will establish the throne of thy kingdom upon Israel forever, as I promised to David thy father, saying, there shall not fail thee a man upon the throne of Israel.
It really boils down to this, Solomon. If you can keep your mind focused, and now that all these major constructions were done, can you keep your spirit right with me? That was really the question. After all these jobs and this process was complete, can you stay in order? Can you keep me as the apple of thine eye? If so, I'm going to constantly be there for your family and your generations that proceed after you. Read on.
Verse 6. But if ye shall at all turn from following me, ye or your children, and will not keep my commandments and my statutes which I have set before you, but go and serve other gods and worship them, then will I cut off Israel out of the land which I have given them.
What's crazy is he told him, listen, don't follow other gods. It was a repetition. He knew not to, but he came to him in a dream and said, don't do this, man. It's almost like he knew what was about to happen. He said, don't follow other gods. Keep the commandments. Keep your heart pure to me, and I will be there for you. He's repeating the same thing. He said the same thing to Solomon when what do you call it? Well, we read this prayer. We read this in Josephus, Josephus 8, 5, and 3 is when the Most High had appeared to him in that conversation. Remember we talked about last week when he said that you're going to have 10,000 more troubles if you don't stay right with me. So this was, what we're reading here, we read Josephus 8, 5, and 3. It was a repeat of this situation. So let's keep going.
But go and serve other gods and worship them. Verse 7. Then will I cut off Israel out of the land which I have given them, and this house which I have hallowed for my name will I cast out of my sight, and Israel shall be a proverb and a byword among all people.
He's like, man, if you break the law, you're going to set the tone for the rest of the nation. And the rest of the nation is going to be an afterthought, a proverb, a mocking stock, a laughing stock, I should say, if you go down this jacked up path. Don't forget, we were at the pinnacle at this point. We were that high echelon nation, that city on the hill where the whole world was vibing to. He said, Solomon, if you fucking break the laws, then everything's going to start spiraling out of control, and you're going to lead your people into their degradation. If this is what's happening. And Solomon led them back into that degradation. Well, let's continue.
Verse 8. And at this house, which is high, everyone that passeth by it shall be astonished, and shall hiss, and they shall say, why hath the Most High done thus unto this land, and to this house?
Because they're saying, people are going to be amazed at how far this nation has diminished. People are going to be like, damn, what the hell were y'all doing? Y'all on top. This was the epitome of the world. Then it fell apart in just 10 years, 20 years. What's that?
And then this is why you can see how people celebrate other cultures as being the pinnacle of achievements. The empire of Egypt, said to be the greatest civilization. Rome is always celebrated, the city that sits on 7 hills.
Yeah.
Rome is always being celebrated as one of the finest cultures ever created. The Greco-Roman, the classical antiquity Greece was said to be, the height of, because it had Plato and all the philosophers alive during the time. Hippocrates, the father of medicine. You got people that want to celebrate different time frames and say these cultures were the
highest echelon.
Yeah, this gave the world civilization. This made people civilized. This culture is what gave people, because that Western civilization, especially being here in America, is always taught in our schools as being the reason why we're not shooting bows and arrows and walking around naked.
Yeah.
Because they all say, if it wasn't for the Hellenes, if it wasn't for the Greeks passing us their knowledge and their philosophy, we would still be butt naked shooting arrows and throwing chunking spears at each other. But that's a lie. And they want us to believe that lie. Before their culture, even before they even had structure, they had philosophy, before they had mathematics, which we know the Greeks stole all that from Egypt anyway. Before they even had that knowledge, we already possessed, the epitome of a kingdom, because we preserved the favor of the Most High. And having that favor of the Most High, you could see the quality of life that we had prior to being given some second-hand, third-hand Western civilization education. You know what I'm saying? And then being told that if it wasn't for the Greek culture, if it wasn't for the Renaissance era, we'd be in the Dark Ages. We'd be in a dungeon of sorts of not having no information, not having no understanding. What they did for us, which they don't understand, is that through their pursuit of wisdom, they just preserved our knowledge anyway. So as we fell off, we have something to go right back to. You know what I'm saying? They were just placeholders in history for us to get our stuff together with the Most High, so we can come back and take our rightful place. You know what I'm saying?
But the crazy thing is, part of being that byword, part of being hated or being looked upon as a reproach, is that our history was forgotten and our achievements were forgotten, and the greatness of our civilization was forgotten. And it opens the door for Greek principle and Egyptian. It's almost like you get that Ur was always talked about as a hotbed of knowledge and wisdom. The Chaldeans, the Babylonian times, then it jumps to Egypt, and it completely skips Israel.
Skips Israel, goes straight to Rome.
They go straight to Greece.
Greece and Rome.
And then Rome. And then people who really have knowledge might give the Persian means a little bit of acknowledgement.
Man,
for the most part,
they ridicule the Persian and me. That's why at 300, all the Indians
get used up like chumps.
They got angry. The government of India and Pakistan got angry how they perceived Xerxes in the movie 300.
A little pretty boy with a bunch of chains
with the little earrings in his nose and all this.
He's like half naked and stuff.
Yeah, they really Hollywood did a number.
And the goat playing the flute up in the tent.
They got angry, man. They like, man, you're not gonna portray our history like that, because Hollywood's gonna they're gonna tell the story according to the victor is the one who writes history.
Who rewrites history. That's why I said it takes real scholars to even give your Persians any type of credit. But us, we're getting no credit. The Israelites, the Hebrews, location or what they did is not talked about. They just want the land. All they tell you is Jerusalem was fought for and fought after doing the Crusades. Everybody wanted it, but everybody looked at it like they didn't do anything. Why do they want it so bad? Why was Jerusalem the prize for Ishmael? Why was Jerusalem the prize for all the Christians in Christendom? Because it was the heart of the Spirit of the Most High in Christ from the beginning. Point is, but the people were forgotten.
Nobody's fighting over Stonehenge.
No, nobody's fighting over that. Nobody's fighting over some weird shit.
Yeah, Stonehenge is not fought for.
No. Jerusalem is. And that's why even on the prophetical lines, the Most High pretty much says, at the time when my people are attacked and my land is the focus of attack, then I'm going to come. He tells you that in Ezekiel 39. When my people are touched, or when they're in danger, this is at the end, after we've received our punishment. And when the land is targeted, that's when I'm going to come. Because it was always about the people and that land where the Most High said was fixated on us. When that time comes, that's the indicator that Christ is coming back. Okay? So that location has meaning, and the people that were made the proverb and byword because of our sinning. When the Most High had his fill of us being exploited, that's when he comes through. Because once this whole power regime and the nation switch from this country into when Putin and his guys get it, when they start coming back at us, that's when it's over. And I can't say if Putin's going to be the one in control at that time. But this place is going to Magog real soon. This place is going to Magog real soon. Whoever's in charge of Magog at that time, when they start zeroing in on us, that's when you know Christ is coming. Point is we're forgotten. All of our accomplishments as a nation are forgotten for a reason. The number one reason is because of us. Now Esau sat back here and was knocking noses off of sphinxes. You know, we didn't have a lot of pictures and portrait evidence to connect us to this land. All we got is some images that were done in Europe later on in the Dark Ages. And that was even wiped out for the most part. But all that happened because of us sinning, breaking the laws, detaching ourselves from the Heavenly Father because he broke the law in the first place. Yes, sir.
Absolutely, I agree with you that it was forgotten, but I would say more than forgotten, it was hid.
Yeah.
For the reasons you just named. We did the Most High so bad to where he had to put us in a state to where we forgot everything.
Yeah.
And now we got to go and find it. And then the scripture here that he just read in verse 8 talks about the land, but more than the land, it talks about the people. And when you look at the nations and how they look at us the same way, man. Why has God did it to these people?
Yeah.
Why did he did these people like that?
So dirty.
God. And it reminds me of that line that old boy said, I think it was The Godfather Part 2, when he talked about drugs.
Yeah.
He said,
let the niggas
in the spit.
Yeah, let them deal with that
He
shit.
said they're animals anyway, so let them lose their soul.
Yeah.
But that's how the world view us anyway. And we give them good reason to because we online twerking, we selling dope to our own people, destroying our own communities.
Yeah.
We drunk all the time, high all the time.
Yeah. Have no shame for ourselves.
Shame, huh?
And that's all goes back to the curses, which goes back to us not following the law and appreciating being servants of the Most High in the first place. Don't forget, the Most High put us into slavery because he was like, listen, either you're going to serve me or you're going to serve the nations. You're going to serve one way or another. And us serving the nations, we're in the bottom of everything, and that's where that reproach comes from. It's just a reminder that at one time we were the city on the hill that all the world admired, and then we just fell apart. First of all, it fell up. We gradually fell apart in different degrees. We initially fell apart as being good supporters of the regimes that were in the power. That's where it first started. Whether we were good servants of the Persians, or good servants of the Babylonian kingdom, good servants of the Persians. We were even good servants to the Greeks for a long period of time. We helped fight a lot of their wars and support the Seleucid line when they had all of those Ptolemaic wars. We were good servants for the Romans for a period of time until we started rebelling and getting tired of being servants. But once again, we didn't want to serve the Most High. Then our pride and hubris got to us. We didn't want to serve the Romans. And he's like, you're going to serve. You can't run around the fact that you're going to serve. So that's when the whole nation was collapsed in 70 AD. Point is, that's how we diminished. And then we just became slaves on the most lowest level when we got transported to the Americas. And when the Spanish conquistadors came down and wiped us out in North and Central America, and the Portuguese conquistadors took us out in South America. That was the complete debasing of our nation. And that's when we became that byword and that reproachful name even more than we were when we were captives under the Babylonians. That makes sense. It's just been varying degrees of the diminishing of our nation. So, let's continue in verse 9. But it all goes back to Solomon being warned, hey man, keep these commandments and don't follow other gods. You're at your pinnacle. Don't start to diminish now, like most men do. Once we sit back here and set our goals and we accomplish our goals, most of us sit back here and get relaxed, get comfortable. When you get relaxed and comfortable, you start tapping into sin and overindulgence.
Just scripture on that real quick. Baruch chapter 4 verse 8.
Baruch chapter 4 verse 8. Ye have forgotten the everlasting power that brought you up.
And that's what we always do. When things get good and the Most High establish our houses, our lives, our situation, our circumstances, our wealth. Anytime the Most High establishes us as a people, the first thing that goes out the window is the one that put us up, to set us up. We always put the Most High on the back burner. We always put the Most High last. Go ahead.
Ye have forgotten the everlasting power that brought you up, and ye have grieved Jerusalem that nursed you.
Go ahead.
For when she saw the wrath of the Most High coming upon you, she said, Hearken, O ye that dwell about Zion, the Most High hath brought upon me great mourning.
Go ahead.
For I saw the captivity of my sons and daughters, which the everlasting brought upon them.
And jump down to verse 14.
Verse 14. Let them that dwell about Zion come and remember ye the captivity of my sons and daughters.
And so we're supposed to be taking lessons through history, looking at how the Most High deals with us as a people. Every time we get forgetful of the Most High throws us into captivity. That's the tradition that He deals with the nation of Israel.
Yeah.
That's how He deals with us. Every time we get forgetful and lose consciousness in sight of Him, the Most High has a plan set up and a method of reminding us of where we come from.
You know why? Because you know what Israel just hates? The reality is your life isn't yours.
Yeah.
And that the nation's life is theirs because He can give two craps about the nations.
Yep.
Most High is like, your life is mine. And you have to accept you are my servants, like He talks about in Leviticus 25 and 55. You're not your own, and you don't have the freedom to come and go as you please. Your job is to serve and please me. And that notion is why we keep rebelling. We want the freedom, this is the catch, we want the freedom of the nations, but the blessings and perks of the Heavenly Father. We're jealous of the what? The nations. We're jealous of the nation's freedom. We want the freedom of the nations, but the blessings and the protection of the Heavenly Father. And the Most High has been telling us from the beginning, you can't have it both ways. You can't have that freedom and that protection. Where were those verses you was at again, chapter 1? It was verse 4, chapter 4?
Yeah, you jumped down to verse, I didn't want to read the whole thing.
It started off with what?
Baruch chapter 4, verse 8.
Yeah,
It was 8.
I didn't want to read the whole thing, just get straight to the point.
It was 8 and 9, right?
No, 8 and then jump down to verse 8 and 9 and jump down to verse 14 just to catch the point.
Yeah.
I didn't want to read the whole thing.
I didn't want to get my yellow eye.
Yeah. Read on down.
Verse 14 again.
Verse 14. Let them that dwell about Zion come, and remember ye the captivity of my sons and daughters,
Go ahead.
which the everlasting hath brought upon them.
And that's why when we get everything taken from us, the only way we can come back is to remember how we got in this situation to begin with.
Yeah.
That we have to be reminded of why you fall. That's the only way to get back to realizing that, man, why are we at the ghetto? Why are we in the ghetto in the slums? Why are we in the most improper? Why we get the most RICO cases on us?
Yeah.
Why we make up the prison systems?
Yep.
Because the Most High said, I'm doing this as a reminder of where you fell from and why you fell. Read on.
Verse 15. For he hath brought a nation upon them from far.
Because this is guaranteed. The minute we get out of pocket with the Most High, He's always going to bring a nation from afar and do what?
A shameless nation.
A what?
A shameless nation.
Not that the Greeks is who brought civilization to the world. The Greeks didn't bring civilization to the world. They brought slavery to the world. You know, the Babylonians didn't bring civilization to the world. They brought slavery to the world.
How do we prove that? First Maccabees says that when the Greeks were in power, evils were multiplied.
Evils were multiplied.
On the earth.
Yep. They didn't bring civilization. They brought war, death, famine. Even when the first Americans landed in America, they didn't bring civilization. They brought smallpox, you know, war, disease, smallpox-filled blankets, measles, German mumps, you know, German measles. They brought disease. They brought pandemics with them. They brought a multitude of viral infections that could not be cured. They brought death and destruction. They didn't bring civilization. Well, you know, if it wasn't for the Americans, you wouldn't have a home, you wouldn't have a house, or you wouldn't have the freedoms that you possess. Well, that freedoms were gotten by the death of 500 million Native Americans. So, you know, yeah, we got the luxury of speaking English and mathematics, but we still don't have half of the knowledge that the Indians lost while they were being conquered. Gad lost. We don't even have their knowledge. You know what I'm saying? But you know, we're supposed to thank the captors. The captors want to be celebrated. The oppressors want to be celebrated as being responsible for your
civilized you.
Yeah, we civilized you. But the Most High said, no, this nation was a shameless nation.
Yep.
They don't get no credit. Read on. They had a job. They had a purpose.
Yep.
Their purpose was to destroy us, so that we can be reminded of where we fell from. Read on.
A shameless nation, and of a strange language.
And that's why we speak English. And we barely do that correctly. That's why we speak Ebonics. We don't even speak English correctly because that's not our English. That's not our language. Read on.
And of a strange language, who neither reverenced old man nor pitied child.
And that's why you was picking cotton from as early as you can pick your nose. And then you died picking cotton until you couldn't pick up no cotton no more.
And it goes back to the same point. You're going to serve your nations. And what it talks about in Deuteronomy in want of all things?
In want of all things.
Or you're going to serve the Most High in want of all things. You were meant to be a servant, and I really think that's what kills Israel in general. We want to be free. Israel wants to be free to do what they want, when they want, and they don't want to accept that they have to abide by the rules of either the Heavenly Father or this world. You can't get around it. And we perceive that everybody else is having fun, living their life, and we want to experience what the nations are experiencing, versus staying in our lane and accepting the conditions of the deal that the Most High has presented to us since the time of Moses. It's that simple. And we're always, since the time of Moses, we've been trying to find a way to weasel out of the conditions of the covenant, versus accepting that Most High will cover all the things around us as long as we are serving Him. And can we accept that deal? Continue where you at.
Read on.
Verse 16. These have carried away the dear beloved children of the widow, and left her that was alone desolate without daughters.
Go ahead.
But what can I help you?
He said, well, what can I do for you? I can't help you because the Most High brought this on you.
Yeah.
So now your whole history has been taken and you've been given an alternative, fake, history, a fake language that wasn't your own, a fake culture that you had to adopt, that you had to get used to, that wasn't your culture, a fake diet of food that you didn't normally eat and you weren't brought up on as a people. You've been given a fake everything.
Yeah.
And then under the guise that you've been civilized, that you've been cultured, and you better be thankful that you've been cultured. Read on.
But spiritually and morally, we've been corrupted.
Right.
From these liberal policies.
And even
policies because all liberal policy means is losing that godly hatred for a wicked lifestyle. That's why the Most High says the wicked man or the vile person will no longer be called. Well, let me find that verse. It's in Isaiah. I'm misquoting it. I want to make sure. I'm gonna get to you real quick. I just want to. The vile person will no longer be called liberal.
Something Ecclesiastes.
Yeah, it's Isaiah 32:5.
Okay.
It says, "The vile person shall no more called liberal, because that's what the liberal person is. The liberal policy is vile. Why is liberal policy vile? Because all the liberal policy is based on is turn a blind eye to homosexuality, except transgender movements, except the LGBTQ way of life, except that it's okay with separating church from state.
Men and Boys Lovers Association.
Exactly. What's that? It's called the MAP movement, the minor addicted persons movement. That's really what they call it. Instead of calling it pedophilia, they call it MAP. Minor attracted persons.
Soon they're gonna have.
It doesn't sound as bad as pedo, but that's still what the hell it is.
Spell words.
It's how you word things, but that's the liberal movement.
Yep.
Let's change the gender names. Let's change how you're communicating with. That liberal policy and the teaching of it, the culturing of it, is how we morally detach ourselves from the Most High on a greater level. Back in the day, it was just pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster. They sit back here and feed this to you in the slave times.
Knock 'em in the middle.
Now they're sitting back here and changing your whole perception of how the world is in relation to the Heavenly Father. All that brain dirtying and brainwashing is how the nation is separating us from the Heavenly Father. But you know what?
If I just add one scripture on top of that, and that's what you're saying is why the Most High said this in Job 22. You can get Job 22, start at verse 15.
Job chapter 22, verse 15. Hast thou marked the old way which wicked men have trodden?
That's why he said we're supposed to have been paying attention how old men that the Most High would destroyed, what got them destroyed.
Yep.
We're supposed to have a map and a reminder of what caused Sodom and Gomorrah to get burned down.
Yep.
What caused the earth to be flooded. We're supposed to be paying attention and keeping a track record and a history of what got these men put to death.
Yep.
They say you're supposed to be marking that. Read on. Not celebrating that or resurrecting that lifestyle. Read.
Which were cut down out of time.
Go ahead.
Whose foundation was overflown with the flood.
He said, then you got. That's why you got to look at what were the men doing that the Most High had to flood out and destroy on the whole earth. He's going to explain what they were doing. Go ahead.
Which said unto the Most High.
They said unto the Most High what?
Depart from us.
Depart from us meaning what?
Depart from us. And what can the Almighty do for them?
We don't need God. We don't need the Bible. We don't need God. So every godless civilization, the Most High, he said, you're supposed to be paying attention of what happened to them. Every godless civilization, the Most High said, you need to remind yourself, you're supposed to have a map of every godless civilization. And what was the end result of those godless civilizations? The ones that take prayer out of school.
Yeah.
But still want you to pray after a school shooting.
Yeah.
Stupid. We need your prayers for the school and for the family, for the friends and family of these victims, for these victims. But you want the prayers after the fact. After the damage is done, now you want the prayers for the victims of such and such issue. But why'd you take prayer out of school if you want the prayers? So he said, so you're supposed to be making a map of a godless society, of what the Most High does to a godless society. That says what?
That says, which said unto the Most High, depart from us. And what can the Almighty do for them?
And exactly. So this same society, these same institutions, this same civilization and same culture is still trying to eradicate principles and the commandments of the Most High. Yeah. And we're supposed to be able to look at them and say, okay, well, how does the Most High feel about that? He rained fire down on them. How does the Most High feel about that? He caused the flood to overtake them, so that we don't get caught up in the same issue. So,
and it goes back to the Most High says, I am the same yesterday, today, and forever. Yeah. Listen, so if he was wiping out the LGBTQ movement back then, you think he's going to sit back and have a different heart now? It's not going to be the case. That's the point. This is what Moses said, come ye out of this world. So you're not going to be partaker of the plagues thereof. I got one more verse and I'll let you go. Ezekiel 33 and verse 10.
Ezekiel.
Matter of fact, verse 9.
Ezekiel chapter 33, verse 9. Nevertheless, if thou warn the wicked of his way to turn from it, if he do not turn from his way, he shall die in his iniquity. But thou hast delivered thy soul.
Because our job is to sit back and teach as many people as possible to change and come out of this world, so you can save your soul as that teacher. Because we're responsible for warning everybody we come across. Now, if a person doesn't want to listen and doesn't want to adhere to the counsel, then they're going to die. Now, listen to our people's response to this real statement. If you're wicked, you're going to die. If you don't change your ways, you're going to die. Read that verse 10.
Verse 10. Therefore, O thou son of man, speak unto the house of Israel. Thus ye speak, saying, if our transgressions and our sins be upon us.
This is Israel's response to the fact that if we don't change, we're going to die. So he's like, if our transgressions are on us and we have sin in us and we're living negative, read on.
Saying, if our transgressions and our sins be upon us.
So if I'm not going to change and I can work on what's inside of me, read on.
And we pine away in them.
Because there is an acknowledgement that I'm going to keep suffering for not listening. So I'm going to keep wearing down and pining away. I'm just going to keep doing it my way and still not get rewarded in perpetuity for not listening. Read on.
How should we then live?
How are you gonna? They're saying, how am I going to live if you keep punishing me for my sin? What kind of stupid ass question is that? They're saying, how am I going to live? It's still about me. It's still selfish.
I can't enjoy
How am I going to live my life if I keep being punished for doing the things that I want to do? Read on.
Verse 11. Say unto them, as I live, saith the Lord power, I have no pleasure in the death of the wicked.
I don't have pleasure in you pining away and fading out and keep getting punished and losing. Like they're like some bitch and then you die. That's why we get high. What are you talking about?
That's why we get high.
So because life's negative, because I'm doing negative, and I'm just going to do more negative to compensate for the fact that I'm being negative.
No, only God can judge me.
That's the insanity. Life's a you know what. Then why is life a you know what? Because of your negative actions. So I'm living negative, and I'm getting bad repercussions for negative. So I'm going to smoke and do more negative to feel better for being negative.
Pollute my temple even that much more.
This will give me a temporary ease in my negative choices.
You got a lot of pain.
I had a lot of pain. You don't understand the pain, how deeply I'm in pain. Mostly, like, I don't have pleasure in this stupid cycle you got going on. I don't get a kick out of watching you fall apart. Read on.
Yeah.
I have no pleasure in the death of the wicked.
Let me shut up.
Read on.
I have no pleasure in the death of the wicked, but that the wicked turn from his way and live.
I ain't budging. If you want to be an idiot and throw your life away and be negative, cool. I'm not getting a kick out of it. But I want the wicked to change and live. So I'm going to set the stage in hopes that you change your life and come back to me. Stop smoking and ask yourself, why is life a you know what? What do I got to do to change inside of me to get right with the Most High so life can be good and prosperous, or at least I can get blessed and be stable? That's the point. But the psychology of our people is laid right here. You're telling me that if I don't change, I'm going to die? Then what am I going to do? You want me to sit back and keep withering away in my life? You going to sit back and keep destroying me every day for just for who I am as a person? He's like, yes. I don't want you to die. I want you to change and stop being wicked, to come back to me. But that's how people receive the information. We stonewall the fact that, listen, you're going to die if you don't change. But I'm good too. I do good things too. I might serve this God, but I do good things. So my whole life has to be ruined because I'm not perfect in the eyes of the Heavenly Father? Yes. That's what's been hurting us from the beginning. That's why we're in this position in the first place. This is why the new covenant was so important. That Christ said at the end, man, you're not going to need to teach this your neighbor the law. It's going to be in you, man. That hasn't happened yet. Because you understand, Brother, there's so much negative in us. We couldn't do this alone. He's like, when it's all over and my chosen make it through this first wave, that next generation that comes up, that was burnt and destroyed, because all Israel is going to be what? We're going to all be saved. But that 2/3 is going to have to go through the fire first. He said after that, that next generation, they're not going to need to be taught the law. It's going to be inside of them. So we don't have to keep recreating this circle of madness and chaos. And this part of us that knows what's right, and we just choose not to do it, and we wrestle with changing while pining away at the same time. Because that's what ends up happening. While I'm fighting and resisting change, I'm just keep losing and withering away and breaking down and watering down. That chaotic process that we take on will no longer be the case when Christ comes back.
And you know, that chaotic process that we live in, that broken state, that strengthens the nations and their policies in saying, this is why we have to build more prisons. This is why we need more litigation, stricter laws, 3-strike rules. This is why we have to, because these people, look at what these people do. They have low test scores. This is why we have to create, you know, youth facilities, youth correctional facilities. Yeah, that's because they're not, you know, they're not keeping up with the standard. So we actually make the other nations legitimate when we're in our broken state. We legitimize them. We legitimize their kingdom.
Shoot, it goes back to Isaiah 51:20, where it says, "Thy sons have fainted; they lie at the head of all streets." You know what that means? People on the street corner, right?
In the corners.
On the corners as a wild bull in the neck, because they're angry that their life is pining away on the street corner, destroying their own people, full of fury and anger. Why are they angry? Because their life ain't going right. Why is their life not going right? Because they're not changing. So they're pining away on the corner, selling dope, destroying each other, killing each other off. And he's like, you see these guys out?
And they love it.
Let's lock these guys up, round them up.
Stricter laws.
Good business.
Let's privatize the correctional facilities now. Let's make money off these dudes. Because you want to be in that perpetual state of chaos and anger. I want to be angry. I want to be angry. I want to be rebellious first. Rebellious, not know the law, not want to read, not want to study. Then I get punished and get stung. Then I want to be angry that I'm punished and stung. Then I want to hurt my people to make money because it's easier than fighting my battle.
Beat the manservants, huh?
And this whole repeated cycle of self-destruction and pining away, if that's what you want, then there's jail for you. You want to sit back here and fight over a corner or a color, there's a jail for you. We can make some money off of you.
But it keeps the nation in power. It keeps the other nations validated. He said this is a shameless nation. They don't feel bad at all for putting us in prison.
You're a number. That's why they give you a social security number. You're a bank account. You're money. They make some money off of you. How can I make money off of you? You want to be ignorant, not change, not follow the Most High's ways? Then I'm gonna make money. I'm gonna exploit you.
There's laws that's put in place for petty marijuana sales. For an ounce of marijuana, doing 10 years in prison.
Yeah.
That Biden helped facilitate.
Yeah.
For an ounce of marijuana, doing 10 years in prison.
Yep.
10 years. But you know what? That's that's our fault. But read Baruch. Finish that in Baruch chapter 4 and read that verse 18.
I think it was 18. Or
yeah,
no,
18.
No, it's 18.
It's 18.
Baruch chapter 4, verse 18. For he brought these plagues upon you.
Yeah, the Most High was forced to bring these plagues upon us. That's why we didn't know the height of Solomon's kingdom, and we didn't celebrate it as the pinnacle of our people's success. Because that's why we didn't. That's why we don't know our original language.
Yep.
That's why we don't know our own culture. That's why we speak a foreign language, and we speak Ebonics. That's why we had to be third class, or even fight to even march and get hit with bricks and chewed up by dogs from the fire department, because we weren't looked at as a real citizen.
Nope.
We were looking at 3/5 of a human. Well, that means we weren't even considered a man, a human person.
Just a tax number.
Which also allowed us to be put in human zoos, because they said you guys are baboons anyway. So it was actually where they put us in human zoos and put us on display before they put animals on display. And they were looked at us as human cattle.
Spectacles.
We could sell you as slaves because you're not a human. You're uncivilized. So you being uncivilized, you are for profit. You're for our profit. You're for our benefit.
When we were supposed to be for the Most High's benefit.
Right.
Either way, we weren't meant to be for our own selves. And that's what Israel's been fighting to be from the beginning. Most High raised us up and we thought it was us. We thought we could do and roll and act as we wished, like the nations, like these other nations. And that was where things went left. Anyway, I'm going to keep going back into the cycle.
It's the same point.
It's the same damn point in cycle how we got to this situation. But let's
finish that 18.
Come. For he that brought these plagues upon you will deliver you from the hands of your enemies.
And that's why we got to come back to the Most High even that much more.
Mm-hmm.
Because the one that put us in this condition in America through captivity and slavery of a nation that had no pity on us, who was a shameless nation, our only hope is the Most High. Our only hope is coming back to these laws, statutes, and commandments, which is our original culture anyway. So the process has been uncomfortable for the last 400 years, but we're supposed to have been learning this is what you get when you don't appreciate and value your own culture. And this is what the Most High was trying to tell Solomon when he was at his height. Listen, man, I'm gonna keep setting you up if you and you'll have my blessing as long as you keep my commandments. If not, there's gonna be a major drastic turn that's about to happen to you and your people, and you won't be sitting in this hot seat anymore.
Yep.
And somebody else will be overtaking Jerusalem. And that's why
it's gonna keep falling apart after you. If you can't do it, you think your other sons are gonna do it? It's gonna get worse and worse and worse. If you can't keep your integrity, and you understand me, and I'm talking to you, don't forget, he was coming to Solomon in dreams. Right? It's the second time. If he can't get it, you think your son is? Or his son? Continue.
No, that was it. We want to go back to.
Let's go back to Kings. 1 Kings 9 and 10 now. I think it's 9 and 10.
No, we didn't read 9.
Oh, let's go 9 then.
1 Kings chapter 9, verse 9. And they shall answer, because they forsook the Most High their power, who brought forth their fathers out of the land of Egypt, and have taken hold upon other gods, and have worshipped them, and served them. Therefore hath the Most High brought upon them all this evil. And it came to pass at the end of 20 years, when Solomon had built the 2 houses, the house of the Most High and the king's house.
So once again, that was the end of the prayer. Now we're transitioning into Solomon's interactions with Hiram, the king of Tyre, and all of the riddles they would tell each other. And also it kind of discusses the payment that Solomon had to give Hiram for all that wood that he gave him. I guess the provisions that he was giving his family for that period of time wasn't enough, because he was giving them provisions of food and wine and alcohol and all that kind of stuff for the wood. Obviously there was the second half of the deal that he had to give him some cities in return for all the wood he gave him. Huh?
That's when the Jake side came out. That's Solomon Jake side came out.
You know, Solomon said, I already gave you this victuals I gave you a supply of victuals every month. Hey, want some more?
Yeah,
I'll give you some.
He said, I'm gonna pull this one from my ancestors.
You know, because you know what the problem is? He's like, you didn't say what cities you want. You said you wanted some cities.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you some cities. I'm gonna give you some dirt, some sand filled cities out.
I gave him a little Laban. I got a little.
He got Laban a little bit. We're gonna go into it. Verse 11 now.
1 Kings chapter 9, verse 11. Now Hiram the king of Tyre had furnished Solomon with cedar trees and fir trees, and with gold, according to all his desires.
Hiram laced him up, bro. He gave gold too.
He got the best deal.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Just keep going.
That then King Solomon gave Hiram 20 cities in the land of Galilee.
I'm gonna give you 20. I got you, man. I'm gonna get you back for all the gold and stuff you got, man.
I got 20 cities.
I got a dub for you, bro. 20 cities in Galilee.
And you know when you want the details, you be like, yeah, what's you got? You got water wells in there, and you got gold.
No, yeah, we got all
that. We got all that. We got gold.
Everything gold.
They got sheep coming off the hills, man. You got to get on there.
Sheep coming off the hills. I love it.
Yeah, you know how we do it. We gonna lace somebody up with something, bro. Yeah, man, we got all that.
And you cut him off. I got you. That's so funny. Listen, I want to make sure. Yeah, let's keep going.
Come.
Funny, huh?
Verse 12. And Hiram came out of Tyre to see the cities,
I'm gonna say what I got, man. I got
Yeah.
20 cities in my name. Read on.
which Solomon had given him.
But you gotta sit back and all think from Solomon's side. I can't give this nation property in our land.
Yeah.
I can't give a nation our land. Also, I don't know what he was thinking. You can't do that.
No.
You can't sell the children of Israel's property to some other nation. That's a bad deal too. Read on. I don't even know why I even threw that out there as part of the deal.
There's some bootleg cities, man.
Yeah, there had to be some bootleg cities.
He said, listen.
Hilarious. I get you Chernobyl. I get you Chernobyl. Yeah, Chernobyl. Huh?
Yeah, Chernobyl.
I don't think anybody wants Chernobyl. You can't grow nothing in Chernobyl. Huh?
Or you get what's that land in Israel where they got all the depleted uranium at?
I don't know.
Where they gave Ben Ami's congregation.
Are you serious?
Oh,
bro?
Yeah, that was in
Demona?
Demona. Yeah, Demona is a radioactive place.
That's horrible.
And they that's where they put all of Ben Ami's congregation when they came to Israel and was looking for citizenship. Demona's full of radiation, bro.
If they don't listen, first of all, think about this. Think about this. The quote unquote Israelis are wiping out Palestinians to get more land. They're land starved.
Yep.
So they're fighting and attacking and creating justifications. They're creating provocations to fight Palestinians because there's not enough land in their area. And they're going to give you some land on their property? In their country?
Nah,
That lets you know there was some bum land. Because they're fighting the PLO for some more land in the Gaza Strip. So if I'm fighting for more land, what is it about this land that you don't want to live on? It had to be a bum space.
Yep.
And it was a bum space. Anyway.
Verse 12. And Hiram came out of Tyre to see the cities which Solomon had given him, and they pleased him
He
not.
didn't lie. He was hot-eyed. Whatever the hell cities he saw in the land of Galilee was garbage.
He said, wait till you get to the next city. The next city go.
Yeah.
Wait till we get to the next city.
You know, his face like this.
Yeah.
What am I doing with this? I ain't doing nothing with this land.
They ain't got no trees on it.
They ain't got no trees. Like, it's just sand.
Yeah.
Dirt. Read on.
And he said, what cities are these which thou hast given me?
What kind of crap you gave me, man?
I got to read it. What cities are these which thou hast given me, my brother?
You like, brother? You like, you gave me some BS.
He said, my brother.
You like, man, why would you do this to me as a brother? You don't give me this. You don't dirty rug me like this.
That's bad.
That's why he said, my brother. Like, why would my brother do this to me?
What he said is only an enemy would do this.
That's my point. But the problem is this: all that wood's already set up now. It's too late now.
It's already
The
cut.
house is done.
The wood is cut.
Listen, the wood and stones is there already. What you gonna do? You gonna take it out now, brother? Yeah, exactly. Hiram was vexed. What you gonna go to war with him? No, you ain't going to war with me. You can't beat him. Read on.
And he called them the land of Kabul until this.
Now, that had to be some bullshit. Let's go look at Kabul. You can interpret what Kabul probably is.
It means binding.
I'm just saying.
It means displeasing or dirty.
The land is some bullshit. That's what I'm
Pleasing
saying.
or dirty.
That's hilarious. Man, that's crazy. This is the land of displeasing. Huh?
The Dust Bowl of Israel.
God, that's crazy. Just keep going.
Verse
Yeah,
14.
armpit of the land, of the nation.
Verse 14. And Hiram sent to the king 60 talents of gold.
Why would Hiram give Solomon 6 talents of gold? 60 talents of gold. That's 80 talents.
No, 120.
No, 6 times. Yeah, it is 120. I'm sorry, 120. 6 times 20. God. Read on.
And this is the reason of the levy which Solomon raised, for to build the house of the Most High and his own house, and Milo, and the wall of Jerusalem, and Hazor, and Megiddo, and Gezer.
So Solomon did put a levy on the people, a taxation on the people to pay some of this debt back. Okay? Because he had to sit back and rebuild the walls of Jerusalem and restructure things. Okay, read on.
Verse 16. For Pharaoh king of Egypt had gone up and taken Gezer, and burned it with fire, and slain the Canaanites that dwell in the city. and given it for a present unto his daughter, Solomon's wife. And Solomon built Gezer, and Botharon the nether, and Baalath, and Tadmor, in the wilderness in the land. And all the cities of the stores that Solomon had, and cities for his chariots, and cities for his horsemen.
It's cities for his horsemen, bro. It's crazy. Read on.
And that which Solomon desired to build in Jerusalem, and in Lebanon, and in all the land of his dominion.
Hold that. I want to go back to Josephus 8:5 and 3. Maybe we can get a little more insight on this sham job dealing with Hiram. And there's a little more in 2 Chronicles 8 also. I think that talks about it as well. Yeah, let's read that.
Second Chronicles or Josephus?
Josephus 8, book 8, chapter 5, paragraph 3.
Page 222, paragraph 3, line 141. When Solomon had completed all this in 20 years' time, because Hiram king of Tyre had contributed a great deal of gold and more silver to these buildings, as also cedar wood and pine wood, he also rewarded Hiram with rich presents. Corn he sent him also year by year, and wine and oil, which were the principal things that he stood in need of, because he inhabited an island, as we have already said. And besides these, he granted him certain cities of Galilee, 20 in number, that lay not far from Tyre.
So that means I need to get a map, because it must have been like close to the coast, exactly, or not too far. In that area, you still had Dan, you still had Asher, you still had Naphtali, Issachar. They were up near the coast of Tyre to the east of them. So there must have been some areas up there that were uninhabited that Israel wasn't living in, up there north of in northern Israel. So let's keep going.
20 in number, that lay not far from Tyre, which when Hiram went to and viewed and did not like the gift, he sent word to Solomon that he did not want such cities as they were.
So he didn't even want them. He said, "You have mine. I don't want this shit, man." Read on.
And after that time, those cities were called the land of Kabul, which name, if it be interpreted according to the language of the Phoenicians, denotes what does not please.
Yeah, I was not happy with this damn Kabuli joint. Kabuli woolly joint.
He got kabooed, man.
He got kabooed out. Yeah. Read on.
Moreover, the king of Tyre sent sophisms. Sophism?
I guess.
Moreover, the king of Tyre.
Well, those sophisms are like those
Riddles.
Riddles. Well, not was it riddles. Well, that wasn't the
I know
word.
Sophia means wisdom. So maybe let's check.
Well, it was just those letters. So it was those letters. They were riddles. They were riddles. Yes, they were riddles. Well, you can look it up. They confirm it. But keep going.
Moreover, the king of Tyre sent sophisms and enigmatical sayings to Solomon.
Yeah, they're riddles.
There you go.
And desired he would solve them, and free them from the ambiguity that was in them.
So to give him clarity of these statements, so it makes sense to him. Read on.
Now so sagacious and understanding was Solomon, that none of these problems were too hard for him, but he conquered them all by his reasonings, and discovered their hidden meaning, and brought it to light. Menander also, one who translated the Tyrian archives out of the dialect of the Phoenicians into the Greek language, makes mention of these two kings, where he says thus: when Abilabas was dead, his son Hiram received the kingdom from him, who, when he had lived 53 years, reigned 34. He raised a bank in a large place and dedicated the golden pillar which is in Jupiter's temple. He also went and cut down materials of timber out of the mountain called Libanus for the roof of the temples. And when he had pulled down the ancient temples, he both built the temple of Hercules and that of Astarte. And he first set up the temple of Hercules in the month Peritus. He also made an expedition against the Uki, or Titi, who did not pay their tribute. And when he had subdued them to himself, he returned. Under this king, there was Abdamon, a very youth in age, who always conquered the difficult problems which Solomon, king of Jerusalem, commanded him to explain. Deus also makes mention of him, where he says thus: when Abalus was dead, his son Hiram reigned. He raised the eastern parts of the city higher and made the city itself larger. He also joined the temple of Jupiter, which before stood by itself, to the city, by raising a bank in the middle between them, and he adorned it with donations of gold. Moreover, he set up Mount Libanus and cut down materials of wood for the building of the temples. He says also that Solomon, who was then king of Jerusalem, sent riddles to Hiram, and desired to receive the like from him, but that he who cannot solve them should pay money to them that did solve them.
Then now Solomon, he gets a little more detail. Solomon, listen, hey, you was gambling, huh? That was gambling right there, huh?
Put that wisdom up.
Listen, if you lose, you owe me some bread, man. Listen, that was the wager. Huh?
Friendly wager.
That was a friendly wager. That was better than crap, sock.
That's all I'm saying. You fit this out, man. You have to lose, so you don't fit this out.
That's what I'm saying.
Put a little pressure on you, man.
Listen, it ain't fun if you ain't money, ain't no stakes at it.
Yeah, that's real life.
Then keep going, huh?
Line 149. And that Hiram accepted the conditions, and when he was not able to solve the riddles proposed by Solomon,
He lost way more than Solomon did. Read on.
he paid a great deal of money for his fine.
Damn.
Don't be betting, man.
Why you bet against Solomon? You gonna lose, bro. Then his pride kicks in. I can do it. I'm smart too. And you know he's asking all the wise men of Tyre the answer to. You know he wasn't doing it on his own.
Yeah.
Read on.
But that he afterwards did solve the proposed riddles by means of Abdamon, a man of Tyre.
That's what I'm saying. He was asking other people to get the answers. He couldn't do it. He was like, man, you good at what do you call it?
Y'all gotta help me with this.
You good at crossword puzzles, man. Help me out over here.
You got a ghostwriter.
That's what he definitely had ghostwriters. Read on.
Riddles by means of Abdamon, a man of Tyre. And that Hiram proposed other riddles, which, when Solomon could not solve, he paid back a great deal of money to Hiram.
That means Solomon didn't win them all either.
Well, you never know, man. Listen, he's still a man, you know. Solomon's still a man, he lost a couple, You lost, okay. He's gonna be okay. Let's go back to
Nobody want to win a game you can't win, or be involved in a game you can't win.
Exactly.
Kind of. So let's go back to 1 Kings 9. I think we're at verse 20 now.
1 Kings chapter 9, verse 20. And all the people that were left of the Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites, which were not of the children of Israel, their children that were left after them in the land, whom the children of Israel also were not able utterly to destroy, upon those did Solomon levy a tribute, a bond service unto this day.
So they were the ones who were the servant class that was doing all the manual labor, bringing all those stones from up the hill down to the temple. They did all the grind. They were the guys who professionally did sweat. That was the bond service.
Human construction workers.
Exactly. Continue.
But of the children of Israel did Solomon make no bondmen, but they were men of war, and his servants, and his princes, and his captains, and rulers of his chariots, and his horsemen. These were the chief of the officers that were over Solomon's work. 550, which bare rule over the people that wrought in the work. But Pharaoh's daughter came up out of the city of David unto her house, which Solomon had built for her. Then did he build Milo. And 3 times in a year did Solomon offer burnt offerings and peace offerings upon the altar which he built unto the Most High. And he burnt incense upon the altar that was before the Most High. So he finished the house. And King Solomon made a navy of ships in Ezion Geber, which is beside Elah, on the shore of the Red Sea, and the land of Edom.
So he sat back here. Solomon had his navy, and he was sitting back here and sending his navy ships. If I'm not mistaken, Ezion Geber is in present day Iraq. I think it's Iraq. But let's keep going.
Verse 27.
Iraq, Kuwait, that whole area right there. You know.
And Hiram sent in the navy his servants, shipmen, that had knowledge of the sea, with the servants of Solomon.
So Hiram had navies also, because they were in that coastline.
He lived on an island.
Yeah, he was on that island, and he was sitting back. Don't forget, the people of Tyre ran that entire Mediterranean corridor. That's how they got so rich. The people of Tyre ran the whole Mediterranean corridor, and eventually, when Tyre fell, they slowly started falling by the Persian Mede Empire. A lot of their second hub began to be Carthage. And then when Tyre was put on levy by the Persian Mede Empire, and they were broke down and conquered, Carthage kept them up. Okay, because Tyre was the first war power. Carthage, not the war power, but the power in that trading area district.
It was the center of trade.
It was the center of trade, but then you had Carthage came after that and took over that center of trade hub in that same Mediterranean district in northern Africa. Okay, so the point is that Tyre's people, he sent people that had naval expertise with Solomon. So when they made these endeavors out from Ezion Geber, and other chapters and verses talk about how they were in Tarshish, which was on the outside of that Mediterranean circle. It also lets you know that Tyre and them had ventured past that Mediterranean area also. So you had Tarshish, which was in Spain. There was another shipping hub or shipyard, and they had this navy posted out there. And Solomon used his connection with Hiram to have his people go learn the navigation from Tyre in the first place. So that's how they were able to go to the Americas and get the gold and the silver and the apes and the peacocks and all that stuff. That he had his connection from Hiram to make those trips with Solomon's navy people.
You know, and also Tyre and Zidon were also that area was conquered by the Phoenicians, and they were known to be excellent shipbuilders and maritime peoples. They were known for their chariots and their ships. Those are the two things that they were good at. Of course, trade, because they were able to ship everything back and forth. But they were known for the quality of their chariots and also the quality of their ship making.
Well, I gotta say this one thing: the Tyrians, Zidonians were the Phoenicians.
Yeah.
The Greeks just changed their name. You gotta say when the different world powers came in, the names were changed.
Right.
So they were Tyre. They were the people of Tyre and Zidon. And then when the Greeks came in, they just called them Phoenicians.
Yeah. Before the Greeks, though, the Egyptians even had conquered that area as well. They that area switched control several times from different hands. But initially, the peoples there were historically known for making ships, known for making chariots and ships.
And when we sit back here and read in Ezekiel 28, that Ezekiel 28 is talking about this empire that eventually fell when they were the Carthaginian Empire by the Romans. Okay, that's what Ezekiel 28 was about. It was about their pride was in their ships, because they did have that.
38 or 28.
I could be wrong. It could be 38. No, it's not. No, it's not 38. It's 28. It's 28.
It's 38.
It's not. No.
Magog, right?
No. It's Ezekiel 28.
No.
I can double check. It's not Meg. That's not what I'm talking about. It's not 38 for sure. I know it's not 38. I think it's 28, or it's in the high 20s.
Yes, 28.
Yeah, it's 27 and 28 to be specific. It's talking about Tyrus.
Tyrus, yeah.
And Tyrus, we're talking about the Tyre and Zidon, the Phoenician Empire, and eventually the Carthaginian Empire. And how they kept fading out over time. But the one who finished the Carthaginian Empire, which Hannibal's was Romans. So that's the whole point. That's what this prophecy was talking about, was the men of the Tyre and their wealth building and their merchant ships and all of their ability to make money and establish the trading empire over there. So
merchant men.
Yeah, merchant men. So we let that go, and let's get back into I think it was 1 Kings, right?
We're in 1 Kings 9 and 28.
Yep, continue.
And they came to Ophir and fetched from thence gold, 420 talents, and brought it to King Solomon.
Now listen, Ophir, it hasn't been completely confirmed. Some people say Ophir is in South America. People say Ophir is in different places.
Some people say
Peru.
Some people say Ophir is in was the Philippines.
Yep.
Some people say Ophir, because Ophir is mentioned in Eden, the Garden of Eden, where the gold was good, where there was bdellium and good gold and bdellium. Some people say that Ophir was India. was parts of India, but nobody really knows where.
So that's why I said it could be. I don't want to sit back and put a definite claim, but we do know that. Well, it's said in other chapters that we had a shipping post in Tarshish, and we would go get the gold, and we get the apes and the peacocks, and it was said that some of those animals that came out there were North American bred, or they were kind of only indigenous to North America. The peacock in particular was an indigenous bird of North America, and that's why it said that Solomon and his navy went to the Americas, got what was needed and brought it back. Okay. For the upliftment of the kingdom of Solomon. But we're going to hold this and jump now to 2 Chronicles chapter 8, verse 1 through 18.
2 Chronicles chapter 8. Verse 1. And it came to pass at the end of 20 years, when Solomon had built the house of the Most High and his own house, that the cities which Hiram had restored to Solomon, Solomon built them and caused the children of Israel to dwell there. And Solomon went to Hamath Zobah and prevailed against them. And they built Tadmor in the wilderness and all the store cities which he built in Hamath. Also he built Beth-horon, the upper, and Beth-horon the nether, fenced cities with walls, gates, and bars. And Baalath, and all the store cities that Solomon had, and all the chariot cities, and the cities of the horsemen, and all that Solomon desired to build in Jerusalem, and in Lebanon, and throughout all the land of his dominion. As for all the people that were left of the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, which were not of Israel, but of their children, who were left after them in the land, whom the children of Israel consumed not, them did Solomon make to pay tribute until this day. But of the children of Israel did Solomon make no servants for his work, but they were men of war, and chief of his captains, and captains of his chariots and horsemen. And these were the chief of King Solomon's officers, even 250 that bear rule over the people. And Solomon brought up the daughter of Pharaoh out of the city of David unto the house that he built for her. For he said, My wife shall not dwell in the house of David, king of Israel, because the places are holy, whereunto the ark of the Most High hath come. Then
So what is he saying? He says, I'm not going to have, even though she's my wife, she ain't going to be in David's house. David's house, don't forget, when look online, it was at the top of the lower half of Jerusalem. He said, she ain't living up there. That was the big house. That was my daddy's house, and the ark was there. I love her, but nah, she ain't going to be there. She ain't going to be there. It ain't going to be like that. It also proves this was a political thing anyway. This was a political marriage. She needs her own space. So let me build her this little side crib, this little bungalow at my crib. But she ain't going to be in David's house. That's for my daddy. That's hallowed ground. Let's continue. That's why it's good to go into Chronicles, because they kind of work off each other in Kings, and they give you little parts that you don't get in First Kings.
Plus, it's hard to say if Bathsheba was in there or not.
Yeah, that too. That too. So let's keep going.
Verse 12. Then Solomon offered burnt offerings unto the Most High on the altar of the
I don't know where she lived until that 20 years was done. She was probably still in Egypt. I don't know where she was at. Read on.
Then Solomon offered burnt offerings unto the Most High on the altar of the Most High, which he had built before the porch, even after a certain rate every day, offering according to the commandment of Moses on the Sabbaths and on the new moons and on the solemn feasts 3 times in the year, even in the feast of unleavened bread, and in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles.
So what he's saying is Solomon stayed on top of his obligations of sacrificing and committing his responsibility to the Most High. Read on.
Verse 14. And he appointed according to the order of David his father the courses of the priests to their service, and the Levites to their priests and the Levites to their charges, to praise and minister before the porters.
Before the priest.
Right. To praise and minister before the priests.
So pretty much what Solomon had, he kept the system going that David had originally set up. You had your singers, you had your workers, you had your servants, you had your Levites that did their cycle of work for the period of time they were supposed to do. Because many weeks ago we talked about that, how they all had
Porters,
cycles,
the gatekeepers.
and they all had their responsibilities. They gave a week and they were left, a week and they were out, a week and they were out, and they kept that cycle going so everybody was fresh. Okay? Or 8 days, which is still a week. It was 8 days of service and they were out, then the next group came in and did their service. Read on.
Right. To praise and minister before the porters, before the priests, as the duty of every day required. The porters also by their courses at every gate. For so had David, the man of the Most High, commanded. And they departed not from the commandment of the king unto the priests and Levites concerning any matter, or concerning the treasures. Now all the work of Solomon was prepared unto the day of the foundation of the house of the Most High, and until it was finished. So the house of the Most High was perfected.
Mm-hmm. So the actual physical building was perfected, and the system in which it operated was perfected. Okay? And this is, once again, what else are we going to do in our life for the Most High, but the Most High, for the Most High, but work to perfect our operations and how we carry ourselves. It's not just good that we just exist. What we should be shooting for is perfection. Are we going to get it? Probably not. But what are we here for unless we're going to push and strive for perfection? We're spinning our wheels. Either we're pushing for perfection or we're pining away. It's one or the other. Read on.
Verse 17. Then went Solomon to Ezion-Geber and to Eloth at the seaside in the land of Edom. And Hiram sent him by the hands of his servants ships, and servants that had knowledge of the sea. And they went with the servants of Solomon to Ophir, and took thence 450 talents of gold, and brought them to King Solomon.
So, it could be very well that Ophir was in India, because they were close to India from that particular point. If you're coming out of Iraq, out of the port of Iraq, you're sitting back here, you go east, you're gonna hit India real soon. Now, if you go all the way up under the Cape, it's not Cape Cod, but it's the Horn of Africa. That's a long damn way to get to the Americas. The only way to get the quickest way there is to go through your navy in Tarshish. So if they're getting the gold of Ophir from Ezion-Geber, they're probably getting gold from India. There's a very good chance. Or like you were saying, or even the Philippines, or that whole direction. Let's keep going. No, we're done with that. Are we done with that?
Yes.
Yes. Let that go, and now go to Josephus. How much time we got, man?
It's 2:09.
Because we keep going, but we got a whole set of Josephus here, like book 6, 1 through 4. Because now we got to kind of go into his interactions with
Queen Sheba.
And that's like, if I want to go, we can do it. This is going, it's going to take some time.
I think it'd be good.
Let's run it. Let's run it. Let's run it.
Yeah.
Let's go run it. I like that. Let's do it. So let's get book 8, chapter 6, paragraph 1.
Book 8, chapter 6, paragraph 1.
We at least try and see if we can get it. Okay, let's do it.
Page 223. Now when the king saw that the walls of Jerusalem stood in need of being better secured and made stronger, for he thought the walls that encompassed Jerusalem ought to correspond to the dignity of the city.
No doubt. But see, he worked from the inside out. He worked from the inside out. Now let's sit back and make the surrounding perimeter poke. Read on.
He both repaired them and made them higher, with great towers upon them. He also built cities which might be counted among the strongest, Hazor and Megiddo, and the third Gezer.
And the Gezer was a gift from the king of Egypt for his daughter. Read on.
Which had indeed belonged to the Philistines. But Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, had made an expedition against it and besieged it and taken it by force.
For those of y'all who don't know, Philistines, their lineage is Egyptian. I don't know if y'all knew that, but their lineage is from Egypt. So it was kind of some internal conflict, and they wiped out their fellow brothers and gave it to the Jews because it was in their jurisdiction. Read on.
And when he had slain all its inhabitants, he utterly overthrew it and gave it as a present to his daughter, who had been married to Solomon. For which reason the king rebuilt it as a city that was naturally strong and might be useful in wars and the mutations of affairs that sometimes happen. Moreover, he built 2 other cities not far from it. Beth-horon was the name of one of them, and Baloth of the other. He also built other cities that lay conveniently for these in order to the enjoyment of pleasures and delicacies in them, such as were naturally of a good temperature of the air, and agreeable for fruits ripe in their proper season.
Listen, he had enough understanding that said, this is a good place. I can grow this over here. This is the weather's good. I can keep these horses here. He could sit back and utilize the land and maximize the land to get the most out of it. Read on.
And well watered with springs. Nay, Solomon went as far as the desert above Syria and possessed himself of it, and built there a very great city, which was distant 2 days' journey from the upper Syria. And
so he had land in upper Syria. Wow. Read on.
And 1 day's journey from Euphrates, and 6 long days' journey from Babylon the Great.
Wow. Yeah, that means the kingdom went far up north. That kingdom went far up north to get that accomplished. Read on.
Now the reason why this city lay so remote from the parts of Syria that are inhabited is this, that below there is no water to be had, and that it is in that place only that there are springs and pits of water.
So he had to go above that city area of Syria to get access to the water. Because he still understood water was everything. And you can build a city if you had a proper water source. You can't build a city if there's no water source. If you sit back here and even look in Jerusalem, there ended up, after the king Hezekiah ruled things, there was two water sources. There was one initially, but Hezekiah took that one water source and ran it under to where the other side of the city had water also. So having water underground was extremely important. The springs was extremely important for the sustainability of a land or a city. Let's keep going.
Mississippi knows that.
Yes, sir. Read on.
When he had therefore built this city and encompassed it with very strong walls, he gave it the name of Tadmor, and that is the name it is still called by at this day among the Syrians. But the Greeks name it Palmyra.
Palmyra, and the nations took it and made it theirs. Read on, like every damn thing.
Yep.
Read on.
Paragraph 2. Now Solomon the king was at this time engaged in the building of these cities. But if any inquire why all the kings of Egypt from Menes, who built Memphis, and was many years earlier than our forefather Abraham unto Solomon, where the interval was more than 1,300 years, were called pharaohs, and took it from one pharaoh that lived after the kings of that interval. I think it necessary to inform them of it, and this in order to cure their ignorance, and to make the occasion of that name manifest. Pharaoh in the Egyptian tongue signifies a king. But I suppose they made use of other names from their childhood. But when they were made kings, they changed them into the name which in their own tongue denoted their authority. For thus it was also that the kings of Alexandria, who were called formerly by other names, when they took the kingdom, were named Ptolemies. From their first king.
When Alexander came into power, and Ptolemy was the first man that was given jurisdiction over Egypt. So you had Ptolemy the first, and you had Ptolemy the second. You might have had surnames like Ptolemy Philopator, or Ptolemy, there's a bunch of them, but the point is, Ptolemy ended up being the name of the kingship that, once again, Esau just bites everybody out. There were pharaohs, and they turned to Ptolemies. Then they turned to Cleopatras. Cleopatra wasn't just one Cleopatra. There was a series of Cleopatras that was aligned with Ptolemies. Ptolemies and Cleopatras. Ptolemies and Cleopatras. And they just took the system for the pharaohs and made it theirs.
And they would marry their own sisters.
For power or control. Or they would sit back here and bargain one to go to another Greek leader to broker peace. Because there was nothing but wars between the Seleucid Empire and the Ptolemaic.
And I think at that time, the last, as far as Cleopatra being the last queen of Egypt, well, whichever Cleopatra that was, by that time she was Greek of origin.
Yeah.
So she wasn't even Egyptian at that point.
By the time Ptolemy came in, it was all white gals.
Yeah.
Yeah, but people push that whole narrative, that false narrative of Cleopatra. We lost our black queen. Yeah, Pastor.
Nah, bro.
And then they
Never
said
was black.
they said through Elizabeth they get mad. The conscious community gets
Elizabeth Taylor.
mad about how can you have Elizabeth Taylor pay Cleopatra, a black woman? Well,
That was accurate.
So that was accurate as hell. Now maybe Charlton Heston being a white dude, that was off.
That was off.
Yeah, but putting Liz in there, I was alright. You can put Liz in there.
Yep.
But let's keep going.
Line 157. The Roman emperors also were, from their nativity, called by other names, but are styled Caesars.
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 Yeah, Caesars. The empire.
Well, you made that deep as hell, man.
I know,
Caesar. Caesar. The C is with the K sound, like the cat.
I'm sticking in there.
Yeah.
I'm just being silly.
Well, that same thing is in German. Is Kaiser will be Kaiser.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
That was a good save,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Look at that.
Or it would be Tsar in Russian.
Yeah.
Keeps going.
It's okay. Everything's gonna be okay.
Kaiser, Tsar,
Kaiser.
Caesar, all the same thing. It's all the same.
Yeah.
Their empire and their dignity imposing that name upon them, and not suffering them to continue in those names which their fathers gave them. I suppose also that Herodotus of Halicarnassus,
Okay.
when he said there were 330 kings of Egypt after Menes, who built Memphis, did therefore not tell us their names, because they were in common called pharaohs.
And Herodotus was a Greek historian.
Mm-hmm.
For when after their death there was a queen reigned, he calls her by her name Nicole. Is that Nicole?
Yeah.
And as thereby declaring that while the kings were of the male line, and so admitted of the same name, while a woman did not admit the same, he did therefore set down that her name, which she could not naturally have. As for myself, I discovered from our own books that after Pharaoh, the father-in-law of Solomon, no other king of Egypt did any longer use that name.
So after that Pharaoh, that was the father-in-law of Solomon. No more Egyptian kings used that name. Okay, read on.
And that it was after that time when the forenamed queen of Egypt and Ethiopia came to Solomon, concerning whom we shall inform the reader presently. But I have now made mention of these things, that I may prove that our books and those of the Egyptians agree together in many things.
Well, first of all, the Greeks came down, and they did a lot of studying and learning of the Greek culture, and they took a lot of our books. When you're reading the Josephus, the Greeks sat back here and not only had the scribes and the priests translate the Bible in Greek, they also had the Hebrews write a separate book of understanding of the actual Bible so they can understand what the hell that just got translated. It just showed you the Greeks didn't come into this kingdom with this omnipotent knowledge and wisdom. They just were willing to learn and assimilate and adapt and take on all the information that they're learned to make their society of any type of value. Because when you sit back and read Josephus, he says the Greeks didn't have any history beyond the Iliad. Damn Odyssey. That's all they had was Homer's books. And outside of that, they didn't have any history. So that's why they were so willing to learn about our history and the Egyptology and the Babylonian sources of information. They say all of the Greeks' history is a combination of those three things.
Yep.
Egypt, Babylon, Hebrews. That's it. That's what their history comes from. Because they didn't have no history.
Most I call them no people.
Like the Muslims, they was walking on all fours in the cities of Europe.
Josephus says that they weren't accustomed to keeping records. They weren't good record keepers. Plus, on the fact that they didn't keep good records, they had been overthrown many times by many civilizations. So that the cities of Greece were built on top of each other, and so there was no real historical base for Greece. You know, and Josephus lays this out in detail against Apion and some other books about how the Greeks were just biters of different cultures.
Yep,
he
really said that.
Yeah, then not only would they bite your culture and steal it, but then they'll say we're the originals of that culture. Yep. It says so that the Greeks said that they were the Egyptians. He said they were the Phoenicians. He said they were the Babylonians. He said the Greeks have said verbally that they are all these cultures.
Yeah.
You know
They
what
were
I'm
saying it back
They
then.
were saying it back then.
Cultural appropriation, they call
Yeah.
it. Culture vultures.
Culture
Bro.
vultures, yeah.
Kinda. So let's get paragraph 3 now.
Paragraph 3. But King Solomon subdued to himself the remnant of the Canaanites that had not before submitted to him. Those I mean that dwelt in Mount Lebanon and as far as the city Hamath, and ordered them to pay tribute.
You know what Solomon's doing at this particular point? His number one focus was the temple. Then he sat back here and got his house in order. That's 20 years. Once the interior of the temple was set up, now I need to sit back and fortify these walls. Once he fortifies these walls, now let me sit back here and fortify these outside cities. And let me now expand the kingdom and perfect these strategic cities to the benefit of the nation. Now that these cities are fortified, let me sit back here and take down these rogue as non-Israelites that are in our land and subject them and subdue them into our will. He was pretty much just perfecting and accomplishing all the little things that weren't done by his father. He was perfecting. And he sat back here and was able to cover and build cities and build strongholds in other locations. Once again, he built that place above Syria to secure another another supply line for water. All strategic, intelligent decisions to expand the empire and fortify the empire even more than what it was.
Con.
So now let's keep going.
War.
Mhm.
Before we move forward, it just hit me. We was going over Josephus. And he was talking about Ptolemy and
Yeah.
his lineage and all of that. I wanted to bring out Esther, the rest of Esther in the Apocrypha, chapter 11 and verse 1.
Okay.
It says, in the 4th year of the reign, Ptolemaeus and Cleopatra.
Mm-hmm.
So this goes right along with what he was saying
Yeah.
when he was talking about Cleopatra was not black.
Not
She was
at
an
all.
Edomite. This is talking about the Ptolemaic dynasty, their lineage.
Mm-hmm.
It says Doseus, who said he was a priest of Levi, and Ptolemy, his son, brought this epistle of Purim, which they said was the same, and that Lysimachus, the son of Ptolemy, that was in Jerusalem, had interpreted.
So what's happening is, and this is part of the reason why it was separate from the scriptures, because this happened, this writing or recording of it was after it was already done during the time of the Persians. Because by the time the Greeks were in power, the Persians were out of power. And obviously the Greeks took the time to rewrite in their Greek tongue the additional parts of the ending part of the book of Esther. Don't forget, why would this even be relevant? Because we didn't have control over our kingdom at the time.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have control over our kingdom and our lands. So we were sitting back here, our records were scarce when the Persian Empire allowed us to rebuild the temple, it still wasn't put together. The temple wasn't put together the right way. We were still split up. If I'm not mistaken, Esther and Mordecai were the ones who chose to stay up in Persia and just deal with their time in Persia, while the other Jews were sent down by this time to reconstruct, or at least the priests were allowed to come back down to Israel and reconstruct their lands. Everybody didn't come back down. Some stayed up in Persia.
Yep.
So this is just additional records that the Greeks end up sitting back here and taking, and it goes historically, because out of all the Greek empires, the Ptolemies, I'm not sure if this is Ptolemy 4, I would think it was Ptolemy II was really interested in the education of the other nations, the education of the Hebrews. They actually, I think it was Ptolemy II was one who financed and bankrolled a lot of the priests to put together the writing so we can understand. He was really into the learning and understanding of culture. So this could be him.
Yeah, that actually had the Septuagint written.
Yeah.
And that's where we get the Septuagint from.
And that was Ptolemy II, if I'm not mistaken. He was one that was really interested in the learning of once again the Hebrews, the Egyptians, and the Babylonians. So they probably, when they were sitting back here and putting their information together, they had these additional parts. Got it. So let's continue.
In the middle of paragraph 3. He also chose out of them every year such as were to serve him in the meanest offices.
So the most base offices. Who's going to sit back and do the dirty jobs? The micro jobs. Read on.
And to do his domestic works. And to follow husbandry.
Meaning to sit back here and do all the dirty work necessary to keep the beauty and the improvements of the land. The husbandry, the maintaining of the land, the gardening.
Yeah, that means low-minded,
Yeah.
base, destitute of honor, wanting dignity of mind,
Yep.
of little value. You know, so
even in the Saudi Arabians, they send the Pakistanians over to do the work in Saudi Arabia. They don't have their people do like the lawn services and the upkeep work. They take the Pakistanians and run them through to the damn ground. And they have that. The Saudis are known for several human rights deviations. They do people dirty out. They sit back and take the Pakistanians and treat them like crap. Solomon's like, our people ain't doing this. The nations are gonna come do this work, the mean and average work. We just sit back and just do people wrong like these other nations do. They might have did the dirty jobs, but they weren't being taken advantage of. Okay? Read on.
Line 161. For none of the Hebrews were servants in such low employments, nor was it reasonable that, when the Most High had brought so many nations under their power, they should depress their own people to such mean offices of life.
So even think about this. So even when we're gonna read it later, how the people were so pissed off and wanted Rehoboam to lighten up their load, Solomon still wasn't having them do dirty ass jobs. Right? Solomon wasn't destroying these guys. He made them work hard to keep the kingdom up, but he wasn't breaking them like they were complaining to Rehoboam. Just this is a little note. He still didn't have our people doing these low-level menial jobs, these one-level menial work.
To renegotiate contracts.
You know why? Because they want to always look for a break, and they don't want to serve. Israel don't want to serve. They don't want to follow. Israel wants to be independent. It's always the same damn thing with us. Read on.
Rather than those nations, but all the Israelites were concerned in warlike affairs, and were in armor, and were set over the chariots and the horses, rather than leading the life of slaves. He appointed also 550 rulers over those Canaanites who were reduced to such domestic slavery, who received the entire care of them from the king, and instructed them in those labors and operations wherein he wanted their assistance.
So he finally conquered these Canaanites that escaped the sword or escaped the captivity. He organized them. He had 550 men to be, 250 men to be, no, it was 550. Like the scripture said 250, this says 550. So, whatever number it is, he had a certain number of people over these Canaanites that was instructing them on how to get the jobs done. Once again, for the uplifting of the empire. Read on.
I thought you said 3.
No, it was 4.
Oh, I'm sorry. Moreover, the king built many ships in the Egyptian Bay of the Red Sea, in a certain place called Ezion-Geber.
Let me take that back. The Ezion-Geber was not in Iraq. It was Ezion-Geber was in the Red Sea. Continue.
It is now called Berenice, and is not far from the city Elah. This country belonged formerly to the Jews, and became useful for shipping, from the donation of Hiram, king of Tyre. For he sent a sufficient number of men thither for pilots, and such as were skillful in navigation, to whom Solomon gave this command, that they should go along with his own stewards to the land that was of old called Ophir, but now the Aria Chersonius, which belongs to India, to fetch him gold.
There you go. There you go. There it is. It ain't no more questions. Ophir was in India. And it also says, Solomon sent stewards to learn. The steward is a what? It's a servant. These stewards were the ones who learned how Hiram and his people navigated. Okay, so those stewards eventually learned how to do it themselves, and that's how you got this Israel to get shipped out from one place to another. After they learned, that craft was obviously maintained so they can learn how to do things also.
But let's not forget about Zebulon. They was good navigators.
Haven the ships, yeah.
Issachar as well.
Mm-hmm.
Dan.
But either way, it tells you that Solomon had them obviously get trained somewhere. Because we weren't sitting back here, and it was never talked about us using ships at any time. So now the ships are being set up. Hire them, put them on game. Now they got taught. This is where it came from. This is where it came from. From the training of Hiram and his people, who were skilled navigators in the sea. Now we hold that. Now we go to 1 Kings chapter 10. Let me see. Now the question is, I think we should probably hold off now.
It'd be good to start with this next week.
Yeah, because it's 2:30, and now we can sit back here next week and deal specifically with Sheba and then the fall. Okay.
And it's important to deal with Sheba because the Ethiopians always claim to have the oldest Bible, the Coptic Bible being the oldest written Bible, and they also are said to possess the Ark of the Covenant. You know,
for damn sure.
Within, so we got to go into that too. I think next week would be a good place.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Pick up on that.
We can go into Joe. We can go in Apocrypha.
They don't have the Ark of the Covenant. I just want to make
not even a little bit.
But they in their philosophy, their belief, they believe they have the Ark of the Covenant. So
it's whack, bro.
Jeremiah said that was hid in the mountain somewhere.
Yep, Jeremiah took it out. Jeremiah took it out. Don't forget, that ark wasn't even around when Christ was here. That ark was gone by then. For us to know. All right, so we're going to do any questions online or in class? Any questions? 2:30. I think it's a good thing. If we go through all that, that's another hour and a half.
Yeah. Because we don't want to skip over that too.
Yeah, we want to take our time. We're gonna slow that down. All right. And with that, if there's no questions, can I get my thing, sir? Appreciate it.
Yeah, I got mine right here.
All right. Amajam, Wapanya, Yerushalayim. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Micah.
Send Micah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yasharala.
The people of Yasharala.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh shall come quickly.
Yahweh shall come quickly.
For in thee.
For in thee.
Is our hope.
Is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Right there, Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Right there, Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh up.
Yahweh.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Right there, Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Right there, Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh up.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hawa Nathan Lano. Ha'ayo. Kwara. Ha'ai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hawa Nathan Lano. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashah. Yashua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness. Every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings. And upon the psaltery. Upon the harp. With the solemn sound. Thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh
hast made me glad through thy works. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh. How great are thy works. And thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not. Neither let the fool understand this. When the wicked springeth the grass. And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish. It is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou Yahweh art most high forevermore. For lo thy enemies. O Yahweh. For lo thy enemies. Shall perish. All the workers of iniquity. Shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see. My desire. On my enemies. And my ears shall hear. My desire. Of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord. Shall flourish in the courts of our power. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing. To show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock. And there is no unrighteousness in him. By Shem Yahushai. Psalms 133. Shayar. Hama'ayawa. Ladua. Hana. Ma. Tawa. Wama. Na'ayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gam. Yachad. Hashaman. Hatawa. Ayo. Hara'ash. Yarad. Ayo. Hazakwan. Aharan. Shayarad. Ayo. Paya. Hanawapyawa. Katal. Karamwan. Shayarad. Ayo. Hararya. Kazayawan. Kaya. Sham. Tazawa. Yahweh. Habaraka. Hayayim. Harwalo. My Shem Yahushai.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen.
Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Yachneu B'Ashreya Support. 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 Barakatah Yahweh.